10 minutes. JC. 10 minutes.
đi.
Cikgu ada pergi meeting.
So a big good morning to day 2 and the first games of the Ladies Sevens here at the World Schools Festival 2023, coming live from Patana Sports Club here in the wonderful kingdom of Thailand. The first game is NRDP Malaysia, which is essentially the Malaysian development program team. It's a national team selected from a recent competition that they had locally in Malaysia, and Mayangporn or Mabyangporn from Thailand, a local team from Chonburi. So yeah, it's certainly going to be a hot one, although the temperature at the moment is only hovering at 29 degrees. The humidity is up and we are in the blazing sunshine here. So we're expecting a hot one. Fantastic to see that we've already got around about 70 people watching in on the game. So welcome to everybody that is tuning in straight away. So so we've got a couple of questions in the chat. One is asking, when will the Odyssey girls be playing? Their first game is scheduled for 10:02. The Odyssey girls will be playing 10:02. So as I say, first up, NRDP Malaysia playing Mabyangporn, team from Chonburi here in Thailand. Obviously the hot favourites for this competition are the two teams from Hartpury in England. They are laden with England and Wales representatives across both of their sides, the Oaks and the Acorns. So it's definitely going to be tough for anybody playing them, but a fantastic experience, and awesome that the World Schools Festival has extended to include the girls this year, and maybe in future years might even see 15-a-side competitions for the girls as well. But fantastic to see. So as we can see, the referee is ready. He is just waiting for both teams to enter the field. These games will be standard format, 4 sevens, 7 minutes each way. So here we are for this momentous first kick-off, the first time that girls are taking part in the World Schools Festival. And it's a short kick-off to the left-hand side and immediately swept on. And what a way to start the tournament. Immediately in with a score. And NRDP Malaysia with a fantastic early score there, scored by Chelsea. So could not have been a better opening. And the kick is good, so that's 7-0 to NRDP Malaysia. So for those of you not familiar with the rules of sevens, when you score, you kick off back to the opposition. So Malaysia now. And a bit of a fresh air shot there, so it immediately gives the Thai team the opportunity, and absolutely smoked in the tackle there. Really hit hard as she was looking for somebody to pass to. And Chelsea Leong comes away with the ball. driving really hard into contact here, and it's a penalty for Malaysia. Some crisp passing here. Gets the ball wide out, but a good tackle in the wide channel here. Chloe moves the ball. Some good work here from the Malaysia side, but some pretty stern defence from the Thai team here. Antonia Christopher takes route one there. Ball in two hands, looking inside and out. Some really good defence here from the Thai team. Azikwa, some good hands there from Chloe. So some really strong defence here from the Thai team. Just managing to get tangled up with the ball as she went to get back onside. And Arena unselfishly passes the ball to Chloe Adong for the second try for the Malaysian team. 12 points to 0. Very much tougher kick, and the score remains at 12 points to 0 with only about 3 minutes gone, about halfway through this first half. Really good score there for the Malaysian side. Thai team taking on some water. Very, very hot out there in the middle of the pitch in this direct sunlight. So another kick-off here. As the Thai team chooses to play it. Oh, and under some pressure there. A knock on. So scrum down, first scrum of the game. 4 minutes in. And it's Malaysia ball. Most of their players lined up. Some good pressure there from the Thai team as they try and force the Malaysia side back into their own half. Oh, and a good handoff there. Azua. And the ball goes backwards. And again, Azua gets that fend out. Forced into touch, so this will give the Thai team the opportunity to maybe get their hands on the ball here. The familiar three-man line-out that we see in sevens. These girls will have been practicing these skills in the lead up to this tournament. She goes short, but it's not straight, so that will give an opportunity to Malaysia to opt for either the scrum or the line out. Halfback Azua there checking with her first receiver, Arena. Again, choosing to put the ball in on what we would term the wrong side of the scrummage. But it gives her an easier pass away from this, and she clears the ball nicely there. was a good straight run from Chelsalsi. But the referee brings it back to a penalty at the scrummage, offside. So Malaysia with about 30 seconds to go in this game. Scragged down in a decent tackle. As you see there in the knock-on, just trying to play the ball away. Oh, this is some good straight running here. Going absolutely route one as the hooter goes for the end of the first half. Angelina Tong there, and a penalty. And finally some respite for the Thai team. She taps it quickly and goes straight. She's got the advantage for not 10 and gets the ball into the wide channel, but a decent tackle there. And diving in. Thai team pretty anxious to get on with that, but the referee blows for the half-time whistle, so NRDP Malaysia holding a 12 points to 0 lead. The Thai team have actually struggled to hold the ball and have been really under pressure every time that they've got their hands on it. So taking on some much needed water. Coach and manager there doling out ice and water. As I said, it's a very, very hot start to the day here in Thailand. Tana Sports Club. So later in the day we will have the first day of the Cup games. 4 high quality games. The leading rugby schools from around the world. 2 from South Africa, 1 from New Zealand, 2 from England. And also St Michael's from Ireland. So good to see. The Malaysian girls with a huddle and a shout there just as we are about to start the second half. Fortunately, one of the Thai girls is still down and being attended to by the medics. So the Thai team will be kicking off. So as we're about to start this second half, 12 points to 0 lead for the Malaysian side. They'll now be kicking from left to right. Actually got a reasonable breeze blowing here today, which is actually slightly in the favour of the Malaysian side in this second half. So Azua about to get this second half underway. And that's a decent deep kick. Fielded by the Thai team as they try to move the ball from left to right, but another good solid tackle coming in from the Malaysia side. And they've actually swamped over the top of that, and Vijay Jiru comes away with the ball. Just a slight knock on there. This Malaysian side, very much more the physical of the two sides. And they look to be a pretty well organised unit. Malaysia had an under 18 girls tournament recently, and this side is the combination of the best players that were at that tournament. So a first scrummage for the Thai girls, and they get absolutely pushed off that. But some good work by the halfback. Azua there swoops on the scraps. And the Malaysians are in for a third try, 17 points to 0. A really, really destructive scrummage there. And Angeline Atong in at the corner there, fantastic score. So Azua with a pretty tough kick here. It's a decent effort, but the score remains at 17 points to 0. So some substitutions being made for Malaysia. Plenty of water being taken on by the Thai team as they come back to receive this kickoff. And the ball bouncing close to touch. Some good work there on the wide outside by the Thai team. And they put the ball in the air. It's in behind the Malaysian side, and the ball's bouncing, and it drops into the hands of Azua. Well tackled there. Chelsea Leong keeps powering through the contact there. And Hazika, and there Azua the halfback in for a fourth try. And a dramatic flop and dive at the end there to score the try. Extends that lead out to 22 points to 0 now. Just some simple hands outflanking the Thai team there. And here we go for the dramatic flop at the end. And Azua lines up. Conversion, but it's wide, so the score remains at 22 points to 0 with about 2 minutes to go in this game 1 of the tournament. Azua, a decent strike, but just slides past the right hand upright. Thanks for the comment, Lockie Pryor. I'm not bored, but it was a long night of preparation last night, pulling together the team names, and an early start today. Maybe a coffee is what's required. I don't want to peak too soon. We've got a long day ahead of us. So about a minute to go in this opening game. World Schools Festival. And next up we're going to have the Thai invitational team playing the Hartbury Acorns. Offside there, and Azua is off. Good step inside there, holding the ball up, and a really good individual finish there from Azua. Some good steps and using the ball. So as we see there, she's outflanking the defence and steps inside the final cover, and then just powers through that final tackle to score in the corner, taking the score out to 27 points to 0. A comprehensive win for Malaysia. And the kick, trying to convert her own score there. You can see pouring that cold water all over. Cannot stress how hot it is here today. And Azua makes way as Malaysia makes some changes for what will probably be the last play of the game. Another deep kick. Thai team forced to go back deep into their own 22 to recover the ball. Some decent hands, and she kicks ahead. And the ball bounces, looking for a bounce in their favour, but they've got the ball out wide. And a good step on the inside there by Vigil Giro. They now swing the ball to the space on the outside. Chelsea Leong goes for the gap. And some pressure from the Thai team. They've got the advantage there. The referee allowing them to play with the ball. They come away with it, but immediately under pressure. So the referee brings it back for the penalty for the offside. So they immediately tap and go as the hooter goes. Oh, great step there into some green grass. But unfortunately the ball's gone forward. Referee brings them back, not 10. So the Thai team, Mabiang Porn from Chonburi in Thailand, get another opportunity. So tap and go there. Oh, the ball ends up in the hands of Zikwa. Good offload in the tackle there, and a good friend from Chelsea Leong. And that is it. The referee brings the final whistle to this game. Game 1 of the Ladies Sevens here at the World Schools Festival 2023. 27 points to 0 win for NRDP Malaysia. I guess their coaching team will be pretty happy with that result. Solid refereeing performance there. The referees will be glad to get back into the sanctuary of the air-conditioned referees room as both sets of players embrace each other. The Malaysia girls off to a flying start, 27 points to 0. Be just the start that they're looking for. So we're now going to get our first opportunity to look at the Hartbury side. So it's the Hartbury Acorns. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 England representatives and 3 Wales representatives. So a fully international Hartbury Acorns side here, taking on the Thai Invitational team. And we can actually see in the huddle just the sheer difference in size of the girls. Hartbury, one of the major rugby academies in the world, linked with the Gloucester Premiership side in England for both men's and women's. And there's a pretty tough task ahead for this Thai Invitational team. Tom, where did you send me the shirt numbers? Have you got the Hartbury shirt numbers so I can just quickly write them down? Because I can't look at everything at once. Are you able to just pull it up on your phone and just hold it in front of me here for a second? Yeah. So a mistake early on there from the Hartbury girls, which gives the Thai Invitational an early opportunity to move the ball, and They immediately go into contact and the ball's knocked on.
Sana dalam tu ada
The Acorns go. So first scrummage of the game here. And immediately offside at the scrummage there. So Hartbury with the first opportunity. Oh, a little show and go. And straight through and under the post. A really good tackle back. But that is an opening score for Hartbury. And the kick is good, so 7 points to 0. Hartbury are leading this game. The opening try was scored by vice-captain Lauren Bailey. So again, an uncharacteristic error from Hartbury. So offside there. So although 7 points to 0 up and an early good start for Hartbury, certainly not having it all their own way. And they win the turnover there. Getting her arms through the contact there and streaking away for a second score there. Under the post, Jess giving her side plenty of time to she's late on touching the ball down there, but a fantastic score by skipper Daisy Aspinall. She unconventionally nails the conversion from the dead ball area, but just gently striding out to score that try. So 14 points to 0. Actually get the ball into play here. Deep kick. Oh. And a huge hit there by Erin Sinclair Birmingham. Puts the Thai player under real pressure, and the ball's knocked forward there. Some real physicality there from Hartbury Acorns. Seren Lockwood there. Oh, some great footwork there from Aspinall. Scores her second try of the game. Just the ability to step inside and then bounce back out to the outside. and then just open up and go the extra 5 to 10 metres to score the try. Conversion is wide, so 19 points to 0, 5.5 minutes gone. Thai team have put Hartpury Acorns under a little bit of pressure here. I'm sure the Hartpury girls will not be as used to this heat as the Thai Invitational team. I'm guessing the temperature in Gloucester in England probably only just in the positive numbers. And another mistake at the kickoff. That's the third kickoff that Acorns haven't got themselves back into play, so it comes all the way back for the free kick on halfway. These will be the types of basic errors that the Hartpury coaching team will want to see eradicated as we move through the tournament. So Thai Invitational bring the ball left to right. Rebecca Jackson wraps her up in the tackle. So the hooter goes for half time. Another big tackle from Hartpury there, and giving away the penalty on the ground as she tries to pick it up. The ball's gone backwards there. Rebecca Jackson. Now Branwen Metcalf. And then Lauren Bailey, the vice-captain, gets her second score. Just strides through that tackle. As we've said, girl for girl, the Hartpury team are much more physical. As we see Bailey, vice-captain of this Hartpury Acorns side, just casually finishing that off. And the conversion is good, so Hartpury go into the halfway break with a 26 points to 0 lead. Have you got the Oaks? Have you got the Oaks side there? Well, I've just realised I need to write the other team down as well. So 2-minute break between the halves. See there the Hartpury Oaks warming up, just going through some drills in the dead ball area before their game. It's good hands and driving through. Practicing the skills that they want to bring to the to their first game. Now the Thai Invitational team are playing from left to right, and they've got a reasonable breeze at their backs now. As as they get the second half underway. Just some simple play there. And going all the way through for an early try, Abigail Pritchard. Pritchard has already played 15-a-side for England under 18s. Just simple catch, draw and pass, and put the person free on the outside, and the kick is good. So 33 points to nil early on in this second half. Hartbury Acons here cruising for a win, and a decent left peg there in off the post. Use everything that's available. So Hartbury with the kick-off. Oh, and yet again, Hartbury making some basic errors, failing to get the ball back into play. Sure that's something, as I said earlier on, that the coaching team will want to fix up for later games. They're holding this 33 points to nil lead. It's the Thai team. Swoops in from Brunwyn Metcalf. Part of the Wales international setup. All smiles there, 38 points to nil. Just reached out that long go-go gadget arm, brought the ball in, and streaked away under the poles. And again, unconventionally kicking back from the dead ball area. 40 points to nil, Hartbury Acorns. When you next go down, can I get a water, please? So Rebecca Jackson nails. And the ball into play from the kickoff. So the Thai team setting up camp just inside their own 22 here, being forced backwards by this very physical Hartbury side. And a great tackle there from Francesca Welcher. And a kick out. It's the ball into the hands of Rebecca Jackson, who takes on the line, steps inside and out, and then the final pass just drifts forward. Some real scrambling defence here from the Thai Invitational team. So some real pressure being applied there by Serene Lockwood. And another huge hit there by Welcher. So Hartbury ringing the changes, making sure that all the girls get their hands on the ball in this opening encounter. It's a big scrummage from Hartbury, but the Thai Invitational team come away with the ball. She's looking to try and outflank her, but mown down in the wide channel. Some decent work as the Thai Invitational team trying to spread the ball from coast to coast. But Hartbury really bringing some heat to this defensive line, and they're forcing the Thai Invitational team backwards. Now playing within their own dead ball area, really under pressure. that there's a knock on there or maybe a forward pass. So it's scrummage to Hartbury. Already 40 points to 0 up in this game. Welsher and Simpson part of this Hartbury front row. And a good harrying from the Thai halfback. But just calm and assured there, Rebecca Jackson just steps out of the tackle and around. Sorry, Vice Captain Lauren Bailey there. She's with the Bristol Bears Club. Rebecca Jackson fluffs her lines. So 45 points to 0 with about 3 minutes to go. So as we come back to halfway, high hanging kick as the hooter goes, and it's a knock on, but the ball is in the hands of the Hartbury team, and some really powerful, determined running there from Lucy Simpson, also an England under 18 15s representative. Ball in two hands, just powerfully goes through the gap. And the conversion is good, and that is a commanding 52 points to 0 win for the Hartbury Acorns. So that final conversion actually was wide, so 50 points to 0. So a fantastic effort there from the Thai Invitational 7. Rarely will you play a game of sevens at this level and face a fully international side. So the next game up, we have the Odyssey 7 against Hartbury Oaks. Okay, we can go back on again now. Go back on again. On, yeah. And so both teams take the field here. This Hartbury Oaks side slightly less experienced than the Acorns. Only 3 international players in this team. So Hartbury Oaks kicking off left to right, and again Hartbury have this familiar problem of failing to get the ball in the play from the kickoff. Imogen Latham there. So Kober for the Odyssey 7 drives in hard, but a slight knock on in the contact there, and we come back. And a slight knock on there by the Hartbury Jackler. Wasn't able to get over the top of the ball. So we've got another scrummage here. Great opportunity for Odyssey to put some pressure. Odyssey got a tight formation there, everybody inside the 15-metre channel. And the referee judges Hartbury not driving straight. Kober driving solidly there, but Hartbury not 10. So Kober putting on some footwork. And again, another penalty given away by Hartbury. They're in the shadow of their post now. Oh, it's straight through for the try. Hartbury caught absolutely napping there. And she's brought this kick a long way back, almost to the 22. And it's over, so 7 points apiece. Odyssey get themselves back into this game. Period of sustained pressure, number of penalties given away by the Hartbury Oaks. And we're all tied up, 7 points apiece. Deep kick from Odyssey, picked up by Latham. Familiar rangy running style of hers. But another penalty given away by Hartbury coming in on the angle. Latham. Oh, the AR coming in. Obviously seen some foul play, and it turns it around. It's a Hartbury penalty as they bring the ball out to this left flank. And the ball is knocked on. Referee choosing not to play advantage to Odyssey there, and that is half time. So 7 points apiece. Absolutely fantastic showing from the Odyssey girls in that first half. Hartbury scored very, very early on and looked to be cruising. But then the Odyssey girls have really shifted momentum in the second part of that in that first half. So Alal Piers. Those Hartbury girls there with some ice and ice towels wrapping around their necks, just trying to bring the core body temperature down. Some breathing exercises there for the Odyssey girls, just trying to recenter themselves. As I said, it's a fantastic showing, this Odyssey team. made up of girls from all over the world. Fantastic opportunity for them to play in this high quality women's sevens tournament here at the World Schools Festival 2023. Great opportunity to make a showing on the world stage. Said the Hartpury girls got off to an absolute flyer in the first half, but then just seemed to relax and take their foot off the gas pedal. So Evie Gill there. One of the Oaks 4 Wales representatives. So 7 points apiece. And Sarah Crone will be given the job of getting this second half underway. Hanging the ball straight down the middle onto the 22. Oh. And a real big contact there. But some good scrambling defence there. See a big push off there for Letamili. They got the ball into the hands of Evie Gill. The ball has ended up going into touch. That's a Hartpury throw. Oh, deep throw. All the way over the top to Lily Selman. Somewhat of a trick play there. To be interested to see on replay. Almost like a scrum half pass all the way over the top, lofting it to give Selman the opportunity to get there, coming in from behind the 10-metre line. As soon as that ball goes over the 15, you can encroach. So fantastic work there. And a decent kick. Goes over, so 14 points to 7. Hartpury rests the lead back. Deep kick. Letamili. Great steps inside the first one, gets her shoulders through. Some really, really good strong work by Lily Selman. Hartpury move this ball. Some good defence from Odyssey, but a great offload. And a really good score there. Made pretty easy work of that, so obviously some stern words at half time there. Try scorer Madison Jackson, also part of the Bristol Bears Academy. And another really good kick from wide out there, so 21 points to 0. Lofted over and straight between the posts. 21 points to 0. Hartpury Oaks over the Odyssey girls. Letting that ball bounce dangerously in the 22 there. Sarah Crone gets a good offload from the ground. The Odyssey girls doing really well here, but just giving a penalty away in on the angle. And again, the referee having penalised Hartbury in the first half for not moving the ball through the mark. The ball actually has to leave your hands and move through the mark in order to bring it back into play. So another basic error from Hartbury there. So just on halfway here, an opportunity for Odyssey to try and get that momentum swing that they did in the first half, and Hartbury have come away with that one. The referee's decision is that the ball didn't get into the scrummage. Hartbury halfback there, Caitlin Felstead, was alive to the quick ball that came her way. Odyssey put that ball in, and again it's not directly come out, it's hit the referee, so the referee brings it back for another scrum feed for Odyssey. So some good work from the Odyssey defence, pushing Hartbury back. Oh, and a great break there from Alar Piers. Gets the ball into the hands of Imogen Latham, who's away for another try. Great work there from Piers, stepping inside and out. And got the ball into the hands of Latham, who just stepped hard off that right foot, powered her way through. Takes the score to 26. And with the easiest conversion they've been given so far, unfortunately hits the bar, so 26 points to 0. Hartbury Oaks over the Odyssey girls. Deep kick, well fielded there by Odyssey. So Odyssey have the ball, but diving in. And just after the hooter, the ball from Evie Gill. She tried to release the ball out, dropped to the floor, so a workmanlike win there for the Hartbury Oaks, 26 points to 7. But the Odyssey girls can take a lot of heart from that. 7-0 down early on, but they fought back 7-all half-time. Some stern words from the Hartbury coaching team at half-time. And they ran in 3 tries in the second half. 26-7 win for Hartbury Oaks. So a rousing call there from the Hartbury Acorns. These two teams taking to the field for their second game. As we move into game 4.
This one, the white t-shirt. Hold on. Mr. Dan.
So the Acorns get this game underway, and immediately the ball spilt forward there as she tried to gather the ball on the second bounce. So Erin Sinclair Birmingham on the tight head side of this Hartbury scrummage. The ball being fed by skipper Daisy Aspinall, but she's under some pressure, but just waits. The referee seeing something not to his liking from Hartbury there. Gives the ball to the Thai side. As they try and get the ball to the wide channel, but being held up there. Some ferocious tackling there from the Hartbury side. Boot to ball, it drops into the hands of Rebecca Jackson. Skipper Daisy Aspinall puts on the moves. She's both a 7s and 15s representative for England under 18s. See her take this ball, just calmly jinks in off that right foot and then swerves to the outside and scores back towards the posts. And converts her own score there, so 7 points to 0 with barely 2 minutes on the clock there. There we see Aspinall with a decent kick. High and handsome, straight through the middle of the poles there. So Rebecca Jackson gets us back underway. Well fielded by the Thai team. As we said, a fantastic, another big hit there. The ball drops into the hands of Abigail Pritchard for the second score. A really massive hit in the middle there. Really bone-shattering tackle there by Sinclair Birmingham. Oh. She will want that on her highlights reel for sure. And another successful conversion takes the score out to 14 points to 0. 3 minutes on the clock. From Aspinall. As we said, this is a fantastic opportunity for this young Thai side to play against such quality opposition. Oh. But some confusion as they went for that kick-off reception. Just swept in there. Hartbury on the indecision. Try number 3. Not such a good strike there from Aspinall, but 19 points to 0. Just before that previous try, That massive hit by Sinclair Birmingham, probably in the minds of the Thai side as they were looking at each other about who was going to take that kick-off reception. Another high one. They let the ball bounce, but they come away with it. More good work from this Hartpury defence. Daisy Aspinall stepping left and right. Oh, but they've mixed it up. And another big hit. This young Thai side know that they're in a game. Tap and go as they swing the ball out to the right-hand flank, but just marshalled into touch easily there. So with about 2 minutes to go to half-time, Hartpury Acorns holding this 19 points to nil lead. Skipper Aspinall giving the call. Freya McGinley at the tail of this line out. The ball straight over the top to Lauren Bailey. And that's try number 4. Scored by Vice Captain Lauren Bailey. Strength and conditioning these Hartpury girls is really showing here. And the conversion is good, 26 points to nil. This young Thai side taking on as much water as they can get on. As the hooter goes for half time, but I think the referee will make sure that this game is brought back into play one last time in this first half. A slightly deeper kick this time from Hartpury. The ball is knocked on. And that is half time, 26 points to nil. Hartpury Acorns lead over Mayangporn, the Chonburi side here. It's had a fantastic opportunity for these girls to play against this fully international Hartpury team. 9 England representatives and 3 Welsh internationals at under 18 level. Some of the girls playing both 7s and 15s. Erin Sinclair Birmingham has put in a couple of bone crunching tackles. She's also part of the Harlequins Academy. And Vice Captain Lauren Bailey, she's also part of the Bristol Bears Academy. So some real quality across this team. They would pretty much be a match for any under 18s side across the world here. Plenty of ice around the necks of the girls, just trying to bring that core temperature down. Thankfully, I've had a delivery of a coffee. Oh, look at this. Excellent keepy-uppy skills from the referee. He obviously knows he's on camera. Clearly looking for that contract with Man City or Real Madrid. team still in really good spirits. They can absolutely hold their heads up high with the effort that they're putting in. Oh, and a chip over the top, looking for the bounce that doesn't quite go her way. She knocks it on. Hannah Marshall. So an early opportunity here for the team from Chonburi. Marshall at half back here for Hartbury, looking to put some real pressure on her opposite number. Oh, and an excellent tackle there, chasing the ball. Thai team scramble it away and try and get to the wide outside. Some decent hands, but they're going backwards here. Oh, and just taking the ball out of the contact there, Freya McGinley. All started with some good work at the base there from Hannah Marshall, harrying the Thai side as they tried to move the ball away. And that kick is just off past the right hand upright. So 31 points to 0. So the mercury is definitely rising up to 31 degrees here now. Another free kick from the kickoff. Crunching tackle there from Hartbury as they come away with the ball and now put some width on it. Ball out into the hands of Daisy Aspinall. Maisie run. Coming in off her wing and just striding through the defence there. Takes the score out to 36 points to 0 and another try for Aspinall. Been a real captain's knock from her so far today. And the kick is good. 38 points to 0. The real breeze picking up here in Patana now. See the hoardings flapping in the wind. If there's one thing that Hartbury have consistently got wrong so far today is getting the ball back into play. Side under constant pressure. Some good hands there. Gets the ball into the hands of Welsher, who goes in under the posts. Rebecca Jackson takes over kicking duties. She sprayed that one wide So 43 points to nil. She looks fairly dirty with herself about missing that one. Certainly not one for the highlights reel. So the ball lands infield, and Aspinall, the skipper, picks it up. This rangy running style, left and right, off both feet. Almost like a slalom course, making her way through to just under the post there. As we've said, she's absolutely led from the front here. Firstly right, then left, then right again, then to the left, and eventually through to the posts. Jackson there, pretty upset with herself for missing that kick, but she immediately gets an opportunity here to bring the ball back into play. This has been a fantastic performance as the hooter goes. Jackson takes the ball, and Aspinall scrags her opposite number into touch, and that is the end of the game. 48 points to nil for the Hartbury Acorns. A really good display from them here today on this day 2. Some great play there from Sinclair Birmingham. She led the way in defence and really put the Thai team under pressure. But a fantastic win there, 48 points to nil to Hartbury Acorns. Microphone off, please. Microphone off. Thank you. Okay, next game up, we've got the Hartbury Oaks playing the NRDP Malaysia side. NRDP selected from a recent tournament in Malaysia, so it's a representative under 18 side for Malaysia. They get to take on the might of the Hartbury Oaks. Playing their second game, the girls we can see there in the tunnel. The actual heat that we have here at Patana Sports Resort will be a challenge for these girls from Gloucester. I'm sure that the temperature in Gloucester at the moment is probably almost 30 degrees cooler. Yeah, a cool 8 degrees in Gloucester at the moment, as we have 32 degrees here in Thailand. So Malaysia kicking off in the dark blue shirts, playing from left to right. Hartbury in their familiar red strip, playing right to left, receiving this kick. So the wind is really picking up here. A good scrummage win there for the Malaysians, bringing the ball to the right hand side, and a good step inside there by Chel Salcia. Really working well at the breakdown there. She steps into the contact there. Some good skills there. Hazika, and although Hartbury come away with the ball, adjudged illegally by the referee, Irina moves that ball to Amira Manja. Staying strong in the contact there, Chloe Arding. Some really solid work here from Malaysia as they just spill the ball forward. Hartbury coming away with it. Now they look to move the ball into the wider channels here, getting to the outside. And Georgie Baxter makes a line break, and she can now just gently amble to the post here, nonchalantly carrying it in one hand, just behind the post. She touches it down. 5 points to 0 to the Oaks. So as you're watching the replay there, absolute clean line break there from Georgie Baxter. So Felstead to get this back underway from halfway. Short kick. Some real pressure coming through from the Hartbury defence line here. Hazikwa gets the ball back, and they get their shoulders through the contact here. Still going, taking this game up to halfway. And some really direct running here from Malaysia. Ball to the right hand flank, steps to the outside, Vanessa David, and the referee adjudges that there was an earlier offside that he was playing advantage for. So Malaysia far out on the left flank, and a really good fend there. Some good fight in the tackle there, and offside, playing advantage. So Antonia Christopher keeps pumping the legs through the tackle. Some good work by Hazikwa. She offers to give the ball, but then drops her shoulder into contact. Vanessa David running across the field. The referee now going back for that earlier infringement at the ruck. So Hazika takes this. This Malaysia team not scared of the confrontation and the contact here. go there from Vanessa. As they stream back down the blind side here. Oh, she thought for all money that was one of her own team players, but intercepted by Hartbury, who now look to spread the ball into the hands of the first try scorer, Georgie Baxter. She's come under some pressure. Really good tackle back there by Chloe Arding. Georgie Baxter just doubted her pace there and stepped inside and got scragged into touch. So 5 minutes into this game of sevens. Lots of water carriers on the field, H2O mechanics, and the referee is urging the players to get on with play. As I said, 32 degrees here, the mercury is rising. Pretty sapping conditions. The Malaysian team have got a relatively strong breeze at their backs for this first half. Still about a minute to go. Hartbury come away with the ball. And they drop the ball onto the toe there. Doesn't quite end up in the hands, and Malaysia come away with the ball. Some really good technical work at the breakdown there. Ezekiel goes well back on the ball. Vanessa David again. So try and outflank this Hartbury side, but some really strong defence in the wide channel there from Madison Jackson. Just spilt the ball forward. So half time, 7 points to 0 for the Hartbury Oaks. Certainly not having it all their own way. This Malaysian side looking really, really well put together, really well organised. Be interesting to see what half-time words of wisdom the Hartbury coaching team give. Previous game, they were 7 points all at half-time, but then came out and ran away with the game in the second half. So plenty of ice towels around the necks of the girls, trying to bring that core temperature down. Murderously hot in the heat out here in Thailand. Coaching team offering some words of advice to the girls here. Really need to assert the skills and dominance that they should have in this game. I'm sure this Malaysian side will be really buoyed with the fact that they are very much in this game. So 3 more games of girls sevens after this one. And then we'll move on to the all-important Boys Cup competition. So Hartbury Oaks kicking off this second half now, playing left to right with with a strengthening breeze at their backs. A deep kick. This Malaysian side showing some real endeavour here. Not held in the tackle, and Arena gets back to her feet. Azua rips the ball to the right. Antonia Christopher on a really good bust up the middle here. And again, not held. She gets back to her feet, but it looks like Hartbury all over that one. Some really, really good work there by Evie Gill. Coming away with the ball, Imogen Latham. There has a ball dying on her a little bit and fails to gather it. An immediate opportunity for her to try and redeem herself in this scrummage. One of the first scrummages of the day. Malaysian halfback Azua put this ball in. Well away there. Well fielded by Hazikwa. She rolls out to the left here. And they go to get into the wide channel here. Angeline just with that slight fumble as the ball was dropping to her feet.
Come, girls! Sarah, they're calling. No, the team.
So Caitlin Felsted with a feed here. Oh, a great scrummage here from the Malaysian side. And as they were wrestling to try and get that ball, the halfback went in to try and take it and was adjudged to be hands in the scrummage. So
Yeah.
a deep
But
kick
it goes,
there,
it
knocked
comes as
forward
soon
and
as
played
it
by the
starts
player
hitting
in
the clouds,
front.
it will go. Yeah, I was on my way to the toilet when boss lady accosted me and said, "Where's your girls? Line up, line up." Okay, now I need to go.
Quite sure what decision the referee gave there. He initially signalled that he'd given a penalty to Hartbury for a knock on and a player playing it in front, but we've come back for an NRDP. Yeah, we've come back for a scrummage for the Malaysian side. So a slender 7 points to 0 lead for Hartbury. Oh, and they've won that one against the head, and Felsted gets that ball sharply away. Latham. She tried to offload in the tackle there, just pulls the ball forwards, and Malaysia side are coming away with this ball. So the Malaysian side had a clear advantage there. With a feed into this Hartbury scrummage inside the Malaysian 22. Tackled before she had the ball, and Latham with that familiar in-out step of that rangy running style that she's got. And a fantastic score there, 12 points to 0. Just with enough pace and power to get round on the outside. And the extras are wide, so 12 points to 0. girls from Hartbury will never have played in the heat and conditions that we have here in Thailand. 32 degrees at the moment. And Azua, that's a great run and an offload there. Gets the ball out to Chalsalsi, who was then scragged into touch. So Hartbury with about a minute to go in this game. Alor Piers with the throw. Robin Davis, the skipper, the tail gunner at the line out. A really good pick up there. But a scrum to Malaysia, 12 points to 0 down. Azua with the feed to this scrummage. Ball came straight back out of the tunnel. The final hooter goes. So Azua will get another opportunity, final chance to try and get themselves on the scoreboard here. Malaysia side have really acquitted themselves well against this much stronger, more experienced Hartbury side. And Latham comes away again. Another great individual score. Just raw pace and power after a really good scrummage by Hartbury. Rushing through the tackles there, Latham. And the conversion is good, 19 points to 0. Hartbury Oaks. The Malaysian side, though, really played their part in that game. Fantastically competitive throughout all facets of that game. But in the end, the Hartbury Oaks girls just a little bit too big, a little bit too strong. Run out 19 points to 0 winner. It's going to be really interesting to see Malaysia play Odyssey. And also Thai sides playing. So next game up we have the Odyssey Girls Sevens playing the Thai Invitational team. So here we are, Odyssey playing in their famous white, black and grey hoops, kicking off, going from left to right against the Thai Invitational team, who gather the ball, bring it straight back into contact. Oh, and a fantastic early breakout here. And the Thai Invitational side are going to open the scoring in this game. And a fantastic score under the posts.
He's watching on the monitor.
So as we watch the replay here, number 7 streaks down the touchline here, showing absolute wheels, and rounds in under the posts. See this conversion attempt, the replay from the number 2. It would have been a good penalty goal in soccer, but no cigar on a rugby field, so 5 points to 0. Thai Invitational kick-off, and Sarah Crone takes the ball back into contact. Koba powering through the tackles. Emily Webb. The Thai Invitational team come up with a jackal there, and some great footwork here. And a desperate tackle back there, but the Thai team are still on the attack, and they get the ball into the hands of the try scorer again, and she's scragged down. But it's judged a high tackle. Shirt pull on the shoulders there. Pulled her down by the collar of her jersey, but it was a desperate tackle. So the Thai team. And Koba gets over this ball. Thai Invitational team are penalised for holding on. So Odyssey looking to run it out from their own quarter. But they're actually playing with 5 men because somebody is down injured and one of the other girls is helping attend to her. Oh, good play off the floor there. Looking to go all the way up the touchline. Steps infield. She's going to have to do this herself. Really good tackle back on Shah Rizal there. And the Thai team really fighting hard here for everything. And now they've got broken field play as they make some ground here, and she steps inside. She tries to get the ball away. And here we go, the try scorer running laterally and scragged down. Odyssey fighting for everything, but not releasing the ball, and Izara Isaacs gives the penalty away. So some phenomenal defence here from this Thai team. And we've got an injury here on the ball here. So barely 4 minutes gone. And it's been some harem scarum, end-to-end play. Litamili there has been one of Odyssey's standout players so far this morning, showing some real skills both sides of the ball. It looks like Koba making way. Carmelia Shahrazal. So penalty for the Thai team. They just tap and go. Run straight into contact here. Looking to set up a target. But Alyssa Tan is penalised there, the ruck beater. So hands in the ruck. So some really inventive play here from the Thai team, and not 10. So again, just a tap and go. Running the ball into the middle and gets the ball away in the contact, but they just spilt that one forward. So scrummage, so Shahrazal, the Odyssey halfback, will feed this scrummage with about a minute and a half to go. So Shahrazal with the feed, good scrummage from Odyssey. Crone gets the ball to her winger. The Thai team are really fighting hard for every contest. So Letamili drives, is well tackled. The Odyssey girls playing fairly tight. State's really strong in the contact there, and is now penalised for holding on to the ball. Some really good jackling work there from the Thai number 2. So with the numbers here, a little show and go, great dummy here. And the number 2 going for the corner. And again, Odyssey, high tackle. There, the opening try scorer does a little show and go. Gets tackled into touch, but not 10. So a great opportunity for the Thai team to really put an exclamation mark on this first half performance. So tap and go, and she holds the ball up just short of the line there. Odyssey all over it and just bumbles the ball forward. So a great first half there from the Thai Invitational team as they go into half time, 5-0 in the lead, and they've done some really good work both sides of the ball. A fantastic streak away try there by the lady who was on screen. And Letamili there on screen. Most of her duties in this first half have been on the defensive side of the ball. So both sets of girls having to deal with this 32-degree heat here in Patana, Thailand. We're here at the World Schools Festival. For the first time, we've got the girls involved with the Sevens tournament. The Odyssey girls push the Hartbury Oaks team close in the first game, and they're under some real pressure in the second half as they'll be turning around 5-0 down, not playing with a great deal of width about their game, keeping the ball tight, and in contrast the Thai girls looking to play with width. Tom, is the live chat working? Because there's been no comments. There's been no comments for ages. the Thai Invitational team now playing from left to right in these beautiful pinky purple shirts. Will be kicking off, as I say, left to right, and have a fairly stiff breeze at their backs now. It's a high hanging kick that Odyssey let bounce, but they've fielded it now. Oh, and a good show and go. And this is going to take some real work from the Thai defence here. Oh, and she's gone all the way. Zara Isaacs, and she rounds the corner and comes under the post to make the conversion simpler. So Sarah Crone with this kick at goal, and she gets it. So immediately Odyssey strike back and take the lead, 7 points to 5. That is the perfect start to the second half for this Odyssey girls side. Lovely kick there from Crone. So for the first time in the game, the Thai team are down, but they look like they're going to immediately strike back here. Oh, fantastic chase back. Oh, but she just pirouettes in the tackle there. Oh, what breathless stuff from Thai Invitational. Having surrendered the lead, they immediately take it back from the kickoff. 10 points to 7. A fantastic chase back there from Odyssey. The pirouette in the tackle, and she managed to slip away. So an important conversion from wide out on the right hand side here. Oh, it's a decent effort, but the wind just forces it wide of the right hand upright. So a fantastically exciting start to the second half of this game. An immediate try from Odyssey girls, and bouncing straight back, Thai Invitational retake the lead, 10 points to 7. So Thai Invitational with another kickoff. Deep, and it's bouncing deep into the Odyssey 22. Oh, and this is a familiar script from the last game, just breezing around the outside. She's gone to the outside, but in at the angle, so Odyssey get the opportunity. Oh, and striding straight through there. Carmelia Shahrizal. The ball bouncing, and Crone gets her hands on it, and then Koba back onto the field, driving straight, staying strong in the contact. She slips the ball away and then immediately rucks over, and Letta Mealy in for the score. So this real seesaw affair, 2 tries apiece, but Odyssey, importantly, 12 points to 10, retake the lead. So that's the second time that the Thai Invitational have allowed huge ground to be taken off them from the kickoff, and Sarah Crone nails the all-important conversion, so it's 14 points to 10. And the only difference are the 2 conversions that Sarah Crone has scored, so 14-10. Certainly been easier conversions, but they all have to be put between the posts, and Crone does the work. So we're recovering the ball. So Crone with this all-important kickoff. Some 2.5 minutes to go in this tie. And now Odyssey holding a slender 4-point lead, 14-10 over the Thai Invitational girls. Some more good work on the wide outside. And she is away. This is going to be a desperate foot race. Oh, and a great tackle back there. But it's high and the referee gives the penalty. So the Odyssey girls are still streaming back from inside the Thai half. They'll need to get back to defend here. They'll need to make sure they're 10. So the Thai girls deep inside the Odyssey 22, moving the ball wide. And it's a straight foot race for the corner, but good defence there from Odyssey. But they've come up with the ball, the Thai Invitational. Just short of the line. And they crash through for the score. They retake the lead, 15-14. This game has been absolutely seesaw since the beginning. Never more than a score between the sides. And now Thai Invitational retake the lead, 15 points to 14. With a kick to come. So, an important kick here. So just a slender 1-point lead as we're into the last minute of this game. This has been an absolutely stunning performance by both sets of girls here. No quarter asked and no quarter given. So the Thai team will want to defend this kickoff reception much better than they have done so far. So 15-14. Crucial kickoff receipt here for Odyssey. Sarah Crone gets the ball up to Letamili, who gets the outside but is well scragged. These Thai girls know that they just need one possession to win this game. So Letamili to Crone. As Odyssey come out into this left-hand wide channel. Letamili with a really good clear out there. On a show and go. And some green grass here. Her support will need to get to her and in on the angle. So a lifeline for the Odyssey girls. Letamili comes away with the ball, runs on her own. And it's real harem-scarum stuff here, and it looks like the Thai side have come up with the ball. All they need to do is get the ball off the pitch. She taps it to herself, and she kicks it to the touch. And that is a fantastic win for the Thai Invitational girls team over Odyssey, 15 points to 14. I think the lead changed hands around about 4 or 5 times in that game. Never more than a score between the sides at any point, but the Thai Invitational side have done a fantastic job there as they show the tunnel to the Odyssey girls. Sarah Crone, the first to come through. And here we see the absolute fantastic respect that we see between rugby teams across the world. Doesn't matter whether it's the World Cup final or the World Schools Festival here in Patana, Thailand. So we now have another matchup. The Hartbury Acorns playing NRDP Malaysia. So this is the third game for both of these sides. And big cheers from behind us in the grandstand for the Hartpury girls. They'll be looking to make a good end to their day one. So the Malaysia side playing in the blue jerseys, playing from left to right and kicking off here. Hartpury Acorns playing in the red from left to right. And the Acorns have got a pretty stiff breeze at their backs. Good take there from Rebecca Jackson. And immediately into their work. And just putting a toe on the whitewash on the left-hand flank there as she was streaking away. So Malaysia get the first opportunity for first phase possession. Oh, and a good take there from Chloe Arding. Sinclair Birmingham coming through on that. And she lets the ball go there and gets immediately back to her feet. Arena under some level of pressure there. Oh, and she puts the ball on the toe there, but it's straight into the arms of Abigail Pritchard. The opening score for Hartpury Acorns. So some real pressure from that Hartpury defensive line, forcing the kick out, and Pritchard calmly rounds the final defender, comes back towards the post to make the conversion easier. Rebecca Jackson straight through the middle, and 7 points to 0. They lead, and Malaysia let the ball hit the turf, and Hartpury taking full advantage of this breeze. It's the ball into touch just inside the Malaysia 22. They'll want to try and play themselves away from this area of the field. So Hazikwa, just a short throw to Antonia Christopher. And Malaysia come away with the ball. Chloe Arding again. This really combative number 7 for the Malaysia side, but she's left crumpled in a heap on the turf there. Some really, really good work there from Lockwood. Third tackle in this, and Sinclair Birmingham over the top of this one. Seren Lockwood, as they move it quickly. Freya McGinley in with a score. Nice and simple. Forced to place the ball down. So Hannah Marshall, it's a really good strike, but it's off to the right. So score remains at 12 points to 0. One of the Thai players, Chloe Arding, hit really hard in the contact around that line out. So the Acorns out to a 12-0 lead. 4 minutes gone. Jackson retrieves the ball. This cultured left foot of hers. Oh, and it's dropped straight into the hands there. Lucy Simpson on a really good tackle back, but she stays strong. And the player that overrun it comes back and collects it, and Simpson gets her hands on the ball again, sprays it wide. And a simple score there for Abigail Pritchard. Second score in this game. Good long ball, outflanking the defence. And Irina was fighting hard on the wide outside, but couldn't get it. And that's a lovely strike. So the score goes out to 19 points to 0. Rebecca Jackson, as we watch her hit this again. As I've said, that lovely cultured left boot, reminiscent of Johnny Wilkinson 20 years ago. So Hannah Marshall to get the game back underway with the Acorns 19-0 in the lead as we hear the final hooter of the first half. The Malaysian team have been under pretty much constant pressure. And Hazika just spills the ball forward. Pritchard seals herself a first half hat-trick there. Really good play. Nice step off her right and left foot. Just keeps going to the outside and just powers her way to the corner. 24-0. Oh, and a fantastic kick there. Certainly much happier scenes in this game for Rebecca Jackson. That lovely kick coming back in on the wind. 26-0 half time. This Malaysian side though have shown some real spirit so far. They really are making this Hartbury side play, although it's 26 points to 0. As we've said a couple of times, the Hartbury side entirely an international team. 9 England under-18 representatives and 3 Wales under-18 representatives, so an absolutely class outfit. The one thing they will be finding really difficult is this 32-degree heat here in Thailand. So although the score there is showing 19-0, it is in fact 26 points to 0. Tom, 26-0, not 19-0. Basically, it's the microphone, and I can't. How do I stop it? Oh, a little bit of dancing there. Rebecca Jackson, loving the vibe. High and hanging. And the Thai Invitational player chose to play it, although it hadn't gone the 10. So advantage to Hartbury. Ellie Wilson just comes striding straight through the middle there. Good tackle back in the end, but Ellie Wilson picked up the pieces from that knock on and just strode straight up the middle. And thankfully she had her wits about her as the Malaysian number 9 tackled her. So that is 31. So as the kick is good, 33 points to 0. High hanging kick. And Becca Jackson swoops onto it and eventually gets the ball up to Francesca Welcher. 38 points to 0 with the kick to come. So 40 points to 0. Daisy Aspinall, the skipper, with a great kick. High hanging kick there, well fielded. Held up there by Daisy Aspinall, but in on the angle. So the Thai team tap and go. 40 points to 0 down. Solid tackle there by Bronwyn Metcalf. Forces the turnover. So the scrummage here for the Malaysian team. Hazika with the feed. Strong scrummage from Hartbury, but the Malaysians come away with the ball. Oh, big tackle there. Again, another good tackle there, but not rolling away. The player still on the deck. Malaysia opt to run the ball. Antonia Christopher, another solid run there. The ball put over the head of Hazika. Seren Lockwood. Oh, an easy run in there for Aspinall. And she's just taking her time there, Aspinall. Kicking from the dead ball area. And the conversion is good. 47 points to 0, although the Chiron is showing 31-0. So Lauren Bailey, the Acorns vice captain, gets things underway, well fielded by the Malaysian. So they bring this ball from left to right. Antonia Christopher going back against the grain. And now they move it to the wide outside. But Hartbury have got enough pace. A slightly high tackle there. Tackles need to be sternum or below. Just riding up slightly there. Chelsea Leong with this quick tap. As Malaysia side look to move it. They've spilled the ball in contact. Although they got the turnover, forced the ball forward. So we're back for the scrummage. Hannah Marshall now playing at half back as the final hooter for the game sounds. So Hannah Marshall comes away with it, puts some footwork on. Ball in two hands, show and go, and straight under the posts. So as we watch this, off that right foot, then a big dummy, and just straightened up. So a big win there for the Acorns to round off their day one. And the conversion is good, so I think that's 52 points to 0. So a pretty hot day here for these Hartpury girls. And they'll have a well-earned rest. They'll certainly want to get themselves into some aircon this afternoon. The Malaysia girls with the spray gun there, trying to cool down. Good to see there, Abby Pritchard. She got a first half hat-trick in that game. Okay, so we have the final girls' sevens game of the day. Odyssey taking on Mabiangporn from Chonburi. Both these sides have shown some real endeavour so far today. One of the key players for Odyssey there, Olwethu Koba. She's been a real dominant force so far for Odyssey. So the Thai side kicking off left to right in their familiar pink jerseys, and immediately into the game is Koba, and she just takes a real straight run and keeps pumping those legs. So Odyssey will want to finish off day one. Carmela Shahrazal carries it into contact. That's Amelia Koba. It's her second carry already and not even a minute gone in the game. Oh, some great work there from Carmela Shahrazal. And the referee says diving in. Amelie Webb just strides through the tackle there. And the opening score for Odyssey girls, 5 points to nil. And Sarah Crone slices that kick, almost going backwards. But that is testament to the strength of the wind here. A really strong breeze blowing from left to right as we look at this pitch. So Odyssey have a 5 points to nil lead early on in this game, a minute and a half gone, as Crone kicks off again, and it's into the wind and it's a little bit short, so we'll come back for free kick on halfway for the Thai side. They immediately get this ball underway. Oh, and straightens up. And number 11 straight through and going to be under the posts. And finally touching down. There's audio coming out of here. You ask me to turn it off or turn it down. So an all-important attempt here, and the conversion is good, and so that is now a 7-5 lead for the Thai side from Chonburi. 7-5 over Odyssey Girls. Can you ask them how the audio is, because I've got it in my hand. I'm trying to stop them. Ask them how the audio is. So Mabiangporn will kick off, holding this slender 2-point lead deep into the 22, and Sarah Crone goes back. She drops the ball on the toe, but immediately gives it back to the Thai side. Maisie running there, and they've slipped the ball wide out, and now they move it back to the left. And a penalty for diving in and off their feet. So Mabiangporn really putting some pressure on this Odyssey side. Oh, and some good straight running there, but slightly high tackle, and I think playing advantage the referee. The Thai side backwards and forwards, and they now Cobra scrags her opposite number to the floor as the referee takes it back for a high tackle. And we're going to need a replacement here. One of the Thai girls struggling with a lower leg injury. Already got the leg heavily strapped. Looks like she's done some further damage to whatever injury she came into the game with. So tap penalty about 5 metres out from the Odyssey line. Mabiangporn already holding a 7 points to 5 lead. The water carrier being sent away. So a quick tap and go as they move the ball from left to right. And some good defence there from the Odyssey girls. It's a scrum 5 metres out. So the hooter goes for half time. Odyssey will want to try and definitely clear their lines here and see if they can put any score back on the board. But first job is win the scrummage, make sure that they get out of their own quarter here. Camelia Shahrizal gets the ball to Crone, pushes the ball wide. She tries to get to the outside, but it's scragged into touch, and that will be half time. 7 points to 5. Mic off, please. Mic off. So Odyssey kick off this second half, 7 points to 5 down against Mabiangporn, this young Thai side from Chonburi. Odyssey look to have recovered that ball, but illegally, hands in front of the ball. I think Odyssey thought that was their decision, but the referee gives it to the Thai side as they kick and chase. And if they get a good back to the ball here, good pick up, but some good chasing back from the Odyssey side. Koba getting involved there, forcing the ball to be knocked on. So we've got a scrummage early on in this second half. So a feed just inside their own half for the Odyssey girls. They'll want to strike back early in this second half, clear the ball away, but the Thai team sweeping onto it, but a slight knock on in the contact there. So Odyssey get another opportunity to try and build some field position here. So Chelsea Leong, the the Odyssey halfback. Interestingly, putting the ball into the right-hand side of the scrummage here. Be much easier for her if she was on the other side of the scrummage, but that maybe means she's going to look to run to the left. On a good scrummage there from the Thai side, coming away with the ball, but the referee brings it back with the ball not coming legally from the scrummage. So some good work there, and as I said, they've gone to the left. But just scragged as she was trying to offload that ball, Chelsea Leung, and the ball drifts slightly forward. So the Thai team feeding this scrummage. They now move the ball from right to left, running laterally across the field and mown down by some good defence from Odyssey. But Odyssey seen to go in on the angle, and the referee awards the penalty to Mabiang Porn. And a high tackle there from Letamili. Some good hands here from the Thai team. And a decent bust through the middle. Oh, and a fantastic tackle back there. Oh, just needed that ball to go to hand. But yet another penalty given away by Odyssey in their own quarter. As the Thai team look to spread the ball to the left here. They've got numbers. If they can get the ball to hand. A good step inside there. And now it's a straight foot race for the corner. Great tackle there from Odyssey. And holding on and going in at the side. Mabiang Porn penalised there. And Odyssey with Koba on the ball. She puts her footwork on. Keeps working through the tackle there. Now Sarah Crone gets a forward pass. This Odyssey side just a little bit disjointed, probably being an invitational side that's only just come together in the last few days. It's a little bit difficult to get the patterns going and the cohesion. And with about 3 minutes to go, the Thai side is clinging on to a slender 7 points to 5 lead. I'm going to need to go for a piss at the end of this game before the start of the next one. So if you want to... Sorry? I know. So the final hoot has gone. As I say, the Thai side holding this slender 2-point lead. They'll want to just clear this ball as quickly as they can. It's good scrummage from Odyssey, but the Thai side kick the ball directly into touch, and they run out 7 points to 5 winners over the Odyssey girls. Okay, so here we are for Cup quarter-final, Eton College versus E.G. Jansen. It's the first round of the Cup here on day 2 of the World Schools Festival, and I'm joined in co-commentary here by Tom Pullen. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much, Cookie. Pleasure to be here.
Thank
Just for context, it's E.G. Jansen, if you can possibly pronounce that.
E.G. Jansen.
Yeah, I think the guys from Boksburg might get a little aggressive if you don't pronounce their name properly. And that's a town of people you don't want to upset. Trust me on that.
That's fantastic. So I'm glad you're here, and you can certainly help out with a number of these South African names. I'll do my best, but let's see how we go. So the South African side have played in previous editions of this tournament, I believe, Tom, and but I think it's the first appearance for Eton College. So it'd be interesting to see the matchup of one of the top English schools against one of the top South African schools.
Yes, Cookie, it's going to be a fantastic day, obviously. I mean, you can't think of two different worlds. E.G. Jansen from Boksburg, a real blue-collar town, hard-working people. Eton, obviously, one of the most prestigious schools in the world. So this will be a great matchup of different cultures and different teams. Absolutely.
I think Eton College has spawned more British Prime Ministers than any other school, so I'm not sure that that's a great accolade the way things are going these days in the UK.
Well, I could probably say E.G. Jansen has never produced an English Prime Minister. So far.
Fantastic. So good to see both sides.
Yeah, so this E.G. Jansen team is extremely talented. They were unbeaten as an under-16 group. Most of the first team this year, which ended in the top 10 in the country, were actually under-17. So they've got a very, very strong group, a number of Craven Week players, and we're expecting big things from them as a group next year, certainly.
And I see that a number of the sides are Valke, is it Valke? Valke, under-18s. Is that the province around the school?
Yeah, that's the Craven Week team. So a lot of the guys played Grand Coma as well, which is under-16 competition, then Academy Week and Craven Week for the Falcons, or the Falca as they're referred to.
And the Eton side have got a number of academy players that are playing for Premiership academies, from London Irish, Hunter Dean Johns, and Freddie Bracken-Smith, who's playing at half-back, is part of the Saracens Academy. And also Benji Sparks, South West England representative. So Eton College playing in the light blue and black quarters, kicking off left to right. And immediately a good take. And Chinoso Mbongi carries it hard into contact there. Bracken-Smith. Some good work there for Chukwuemeka. Oh, but the South African side sweep through on that loose ball at the side of that ruck. And they immediately look to put some width on the ball. Some straight running. Good step inside there. Now they look to come back across to the left-hand side of the field. Really solid carry there from Kruger. William Barrett, the number 8 for Eton, getting over that ball. And Benji Spark takes the responsibility to push that ball into touch. So these games, 30 minutes each way.
And interesting to see that first line out, Cookie. Eton currently ranked number 6 in England, so it's going to be a great matchup today. Obviously, these are where the psychological aspects of the game come in.
Absolutely. It's going to be telling to see how Eton cope with this 30-degree plus temperatures. They've got a wind at their backs, and that's a good take from Chukwuemeka.
Trying the rolling ball there. The Eton boys definitely standing up to the guys from South Africa physically at the start of the game.
So Eton will get another opportunity, and we can see the touch judge's flag there fluttering out towards the right hand side. So fairly stiff breeze. Oh, good work there. The front of the line out. Bergman moves this ball to the right hand side. Cameron Van Veek. Oh, great offload there. Got the ball into the hands of Rippenaar, but he was just shepherded into touch there. So good wide defence in that outside channel there from Eton College. So,
adjusting to the field at the moment, certainly. They've got a very dangerous back line. So it'll be interesting to see once they've got some ball and they utilise the space properly.
So Eton College with another throw in there. Oh, some good soft hands there. Oh, absolutely spot tackle there from Pike. But some good work in the close contact, easily to spill the ball when you hit that hard. But Eton College so far. Bracken Smith goes aerial. Well fielded. Oh, putting some footwork on in the middle of the field there. South African side sweep round the corner. Oh, and some good work on the ground there. Damien Kruger looks like a really solid nugget of a player.
Reminds me of a young Heinrich Brosseau.
Headgear and all.
That's it.
For Lions fans, he was the pest of the 2009 Lions tour.
So Cookie, I don't think Nick eventually guesses what J.G. Jansen's tactics are going to be over here. I'm going to assume a rolling more. What do you think?
Looking at the size of these young men, but they look to be fairly well physically matched up and down this line out. So a first opportunity for Pike to throw in to this J.G. Jansen line out. Oh, fantastic line out at the tail there.
Here we go.
And it looks like they've got the ball into the hands of Pike at the tail of this maul. And they're driving forward. They already have the penalty. Pike unfortunately lost contact with it, but they are playing with advantage.
They've got an overlap here.
Van der Merwe. Oh, great quick ball there.
Oh, look at that speed.
And some absolute wheels on the outside there. Fantastic finish. Really good execution of the first phase line out. Scored by RJ Peterson.
A Craven Week player at under 17 level in an under 18 competition. So it just shows you the level of talent that exists in this J.G. Jansen team.
So
not a very easy kick for the kicker here, but let's see what he can do with it.
So really the first opportunity that J.G. Jansen have had to run with the ball in hand, and they've really exposed Eton College out in the wide channel with just sheer pace there. So a good opportunity for Eton College to reset under the posts here as they wait for this conversion to be taken. It's a very good strike, but slightly off. As we've said, there's a fairly stiff breeze that he was kicking into there, so not the easiest of kicks, but a great start. 5 points to 0. We look down the barrel of this kick. Good strike, got through the ball very well, but it just fading away on the wind.
It's going to be interesting to see how Eton adjusts to the weather conditions later on in the game. But they're doing well so far, matching the South Africans up physically as well.
So, decent exit there from J.G. Jansen. Peterson, the try scorer, pumping the ball up to close to halfway. So William Barrett with a number 8 shirt on is throwing into this line out.
Almost another steal there by Jeche Jansen.
Some really good close quarters play there. On another solid hit there.
This team is incredible.
Rory Downey ran up a dark alley there. And some really good counter rucking there, but adjudged to have been in at the side. Really strong tackle on Rory Downey there. But he did well to look after the ball under that pressure. And Benji Spark with a decent touch finder there. Gives Eton College an opportunity to have another throw in inside the opposition half. So William Barrett with this throw. It's towards the tail, and Pike with a fantastic throw out there. And again, Jeche Jansen looking to push the ball wide, drop the ball onto the toe, and there's a big opportunity here. Acres of space that he's kicked into here. If he gets a decent bounce, it could easily be a 50-22, but it's gone
Unlucky.
dead.
Very unlucky there, Cookie.
It was a fantastic kick, but it floated further and further towards the try line on this really strong breeze. Cannot stress that the wind is quite strong here, Tom.
Very, very unlucky for the Eton boy there. You know, it's a game of inches, and unfortunately for him, he just got a little bit unlucky there. Could have been a game changer for Eton.
So the Jeche Jansen halfback, Van der Merwe. So this will be one of the first scrummages. Van der Merwe feeds it. Oh, and a great scrummage there from Jeche Jansen. And they sweep.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful play.
Line there.
It has to be forward.
And that is the referee picks up on that, Tom. I've never seen a forward pass ruin a game of Super Rugby. So a good first stint there, some changes being made by Eton College to the front row. So Bracken Smith with the feed here. That was a fantastic line from Giandre Jacobs. Looked like he was clean through for all money. So Bracken Smith clears this ball away. Good target in the midfield there. Good sharp pass away from the base there. Dean Jones. William Barrett with a tip on there, but some really good first up tackling from the Jeche Jansen team. Bracken Smith out the back of the hands, and Hunter Dean Jones gets the ball out to Finnan Graham. William Barrett with a really solid run there. And some really good counter rucking here. And Bracken Smith ends up having to handle the ball on the floor, trying to recover it.
Think a kick to touch again, yeah, Cookie?
I would imagine that we are going to see Matthew Bergman just push this as close to the corner as he can. And that is a great kick. He's hung the ball to about 6 or 7 metres out. Donray Pike with the throw here. They'll be looking for some clean execution here, Tom.
Certainly, it's going to be a real test of character for these Eton boys to hold back this big forward pack. Let's see how they do.
And the number 8 in at the half-back position as they try and work the ball back to Pike. It's in Pike's hands now. Kruger is there, and that
Eton have turned it over.
solid work there from Eton College.
Okay, I need to say something. Eton boys matching the Eche Janssen boys physically, like we've said before. I think the Eche Janssen supporters were probably expecting the physicality aspect to be a bit dominant, but Eton have done very well. Time for a water break.
Yeah, just under, 13 and a half minutes, and we got an injury, so good time for the referee to call the water break. And good opportunity for the Eton College boys to reset here. They've certainly been under pressure. I think the early phases of this game, the Eche Janssen boys have really taken it to Eton College, but Eton standing up well, Tom.
No, certainly. I think they've surprised a lot of people with their performance so far, especially, like I say, with the physicality aspect of the game so far. But like I say, obviously they've come from England now where the weather's completely different. It's very hot in South Africa now, been now summer. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust to the conditions later on in the game, especially with that dangerous Eche Janssen backline.
Plenty of water going on to these teams, and we can see the Eton College boys with some ice packs to the back of the neck. Some 32 degrees here in Patana, Thailand right now. 12:30, so we are absolutely in the heat of the day. Thankfully though, the shade has come over the commentary booth. So the referee group there just also resetting, probably just running through some of the decisions that have been made. And still the mechanics are working on Eric SDN.
Keep an eye on the number 13 there, Jean-Ray Jacobs. He scored some fantastic tries for Eche Janssen this year. Played on the wing for them, I believe, earlier this season, but been moved to outside centre.
He certainly ran a fantastic line off that ball that was adjudged forward.
Also part of the South African Sevens squad this year, Cookie, so definitely a man with real pace and real talent. I'm going to be one of the top prospects in South Africa to watch next year.
A very tall, rangy runner with some real pace. So as we come back from this first half water break, a few changes being rung by the Eton College team, and Benji Bushnell is on to replace Bracken Smith at half-back.
Game on. It's going to be interesting to see how Eton respond to the Eche Janssen scrum. Handled it very well so far, don't you think, Cookie?
Yeah, it was a pretty solid first scrummage from Eche Janssen, but when defending against this, all that they have to focus on now is not the ball but just the push. So this is a crucial scrummage for Eton College, and immediately under pressure there. But Barrett comes away with the ball, really helping his halfback there. Some really solid counter-rucking from Eche Janssen. Again, really putting the pressure on. and now a midfield scrummage about 15 metres out. They're going to have options left and right here, Tom.
Certainly, and you could probably expect him to go for that old South African tactic or new South African tactic, depending on his perspective of going for the scrum penalty.
Who would ever have thought it? So job number one is to get the ball to the feet of Rippenaar, the 8-man. Fly half, Bergman standing off to the left here. Be interesting to see where Van der Merwe goes. He bounces out to the right. Oh, and here we go. Absolute pace. And you had just said Jacobs was the man to watch.
I told you.
And he delivers immediately. Just sheer pace. Just a simple 8-9 Rippenaar to Van der Merwe. And then into the hands of Jean-Ray Jacobs. And just sheer pace for the score here. As we look at this replay. Just pace drifting to the outside. So as we see Rippenaar. And then Van der Merwe, nice flat pass, and just getting to the outside of Alexander Wolf there. Really tough to bring down. So Jacobs in for the second try for Eckert Janssen. And now Matthew Bergman with the opportunity.
Sorry.
Oh, and the ball. Oh, and it's a really, really good strike, but it's off to the right, sorry, the left, and 10-0. Really good strike there.
Eckert Janssen very up for this game, eh, Cookie?
Yeah, it's been a very workmanlike start. 16.5 minutes in. Cameron Van Wyk comes away with the ball. Van der Merwe with a
Great box kick.
box kick. Well taken though by Isaac Manuel. But Eckert Janssen really putting some pressure on. Eton College still in possession of this ball. Benji Bushnell setting up this crocodile ruck.
Chip and chase.
Straight down the middle of the field. Oh, and a really good effort there. And Van der Merwe puts a kick in, but Isaac Manuel pumps the ball deep. Matthew Bergman just calmly rips the ball infield. A lovely pass there.
They're running it.
The old 1-2 from inside their own 22, and Bergman really calm under pressure there. Oh, some really direct running there. Great hands. Oh, this is a great breakout here by Eckert Janssen.
Oh, massive tackle there.
And a fantastic covering tackle there.
He's up
from
for it.
Ogbenude. He's part of the Harlequins Academy, coming all the way over from the left wing. But a great tackle there on Cameron Van Wyk.
That'll give them a huge psychological boost, I think, Cookie, matching them physically.
It's good to see the pace coming over. But some really calm, assured play there in his own quarter from Matthew Bergman. Set them away, but Eckert Janssen come away with this. And the young halfback Van der Merwe picked up the scraps there. And now they go route one, the pick and go. Some really good work here on the ground, close to the line.
Eton College really with their backs to the wall here, fighting hard for every inch.
I think that's a try there.
And
Confirmed.
that is a third try. And I think that's our hooker, isn't it?
I think that's Pike.
So try number 3.
Not making things very easy for the kicker here, Cookie.
So some really good, solid forward lead-up play there. Van der Merwe came up with the turnover from the line out. Good old-fashioned finger on top of the ball.
Old school.
So Bergman 5 metres in from touch. 15 points to 0 with this kick to come. Toughest kick so far.
And he's missed that.
Good, decent strike, but the wind, if anything, coming from left to right and slightly off that far touch line as we look at it. So 15 points to 0. As Benji Spark comes back to halfway for another kick-off. Pushes it deep into the 22. And our fullback RJ Peterson wrapped up in the tackle. But Bergman rips a lovely flat pass.
Lovely stuff there.
And Van Veek gets the ball on the outside and bumps and goes to the outside again. Some really good lines of running here from the Eke Janssen outside backs.
Lovely steal by Eton.
And Chugwu Amika gets over that ball for an excellent steal. Eton College, although they're 3 tries to 0 down, showing some real heart in defence here. And slightly off the outside of the boot from Spark. And good to see Justin signing in from sunny Cape Town. Probably been to the Sevens this weekend. And I can see that we've got people in from all over. And Janssen come away with this ball.
Great step in there.
Oh, Peterson, really good feet.
Spotted some space there.
Jacobs puts it in behind. And Isaac Manuel pushes the ball. And he's put his winger under some real pressure there from Cameron Van Veek.
Adjust to be legal.
Some really good heads-up play again there from Chugwu Amika on the Eton side, saving his side there. But Jacobs pushed the ball in behind Eton College. That's a much better touch finder from Spark. So William Barrett with the throw into this line out. Checking with SDN now with the headgear on.
Another line out loss for
And
Eton.
another great pass out from Pike, tail gunner. Jacobs gets it into the wide channel. Some good counter rucking
Brilliant
from
by
Eton.
Eton.
Some real good fight being shown by Eton College here, Tom.
They're showing some incredible character, Cookie. They should definitely hold their heads up high after this game. Been put under some serious pressure here by the strong Eke Janssen team.
So a decent touch finder there from Spark. So we've got about 5 minutes to go to half time. Eton College will desperately want to get themselves on the scoreboard before we get to the turn.
Wind picking up a little bit here, Cookie.
So Eton College got plenty of threats in the midfield here. They just need to win this ball. But Pike yet again, the tail gunner. And the big 8-man in that really distinctive orange headgear, Ripanar, strides through the middle but takes a forward pass. So Harry Colquhoun and Luca Brun come on for Eton College. Sensible move from these coaching teams to keep rolling these subs in this heat, Tom.
Certainly making some great tactical choices on both sides.
So Eton College with a scrum feed inside.
Scrum reset.
Janssen half for one of the first times, but we've got a scrum reset and the referee comes round to this tight head side of the scrummage where Hunter Dean Jones, London Irish Academy player, is packing down against his opposite number, but the referee wants to have a closer look, make sure what nonsense is going on this side of the scrummage. So Benji Bushnell with the feed. That's another strong push from the Eckhart Janssen 8. So most of the first phase domination is going the way of the South African side. Much the better of the line-outs and also the scrummages. Don Ray Pike is making his way to this touchline. And it's just over the head of Finan Graham as he tried to keep that ball in. So the Janssen hooker, Darnray Pike, has another opportunity to throw into this line out. Oh, and it's a great throw. The ball moved away by JP Eust.
Oh, what a line.
And Ripanar spurned the opportunity to give it to Jacobs on the outside.
Jacobs would have canted over.
Just decided he was going to, another beautiful pass to Peterson. I'm loving the hands and the distribution of Matthew Bergman at 10 for the Eckhart Janssen side, Tom.
He's been absolutely fantastic. Going to be a massive talent to watch next year in South Africa as well, and Eckhart Janssen with that secured the bonus point. Actually, no, we are working on a knockout system here, so forgive me for that error.
So we are in a straight quarter-final situation here. But it is try number 4, so bringing up a 20 points to 0 lead. So we're still about 2 minutes away from half-time as Bergman lines this up. As we've said, really tough kicking conditions, and he's had 3 kicks so far into the wind, and this again another tough one. Really good strike, but not quite getting the distance there. There was a fantastic bust up the middle there by 8-man Ripanar, and he spurned the opportunity to offload to Jacobs, who was screaming up on his right hand side, but luckily for him, Peterson finished off coming back the other way, scoring Eckhart Janssen's 4th try. So a lovely high hanging kick, well taken by Ripanar as the half-time hooter goes. So Jus gets the ball to Bergman and he just pragmatically pumps the ball into touch. Eckhart Janssen with a 4-0 lead over Eton College at the end of this first Cup quarter-final, Tom.
Fantastic performance there by the boys from Eckhart Janssen. Let's see if the Eton boys can come back in the second half and show that same fighting character that they've shown throughout the whole game.
Let's get out for it, boys! Fill up the waters.
So as we come back from half time, the Ekert Janssen team leading 4-0, 20 points. As we said in the first half though, no bonus points, it's straight knockout. This is cup final, and I'm joined by Len Olivier from the Rugby Travel Academy for this second half.
Hi Cookie, nice to be back.
Yeah, fantastic to have you here. Great work in the first half from Tom Pullen. I'm doing my best with the pronunciations, getting some comments in the chat, but Afrikaans is not the easiest language to speak.
I'll help you with that, Cookie, don't worry.
Thank you.
Yegi Janssen team obviously a very strong side and leading by 20 points to 0 at half time. Great scrum.
So fantastic scrum, and Rippenaar comes away with the ball. So the South African side immediately into their work, but spill the ball in contact there.
Yeah, unfortunately losing that ball in contact. You can see this is a quality side, Cookie. 14 of these guys have played in the Noordval final this year, and it's a really experienced team. Some Falca under 18 Cravenweek boys, and a really good side that they've pitched up here at the World Schools Festival.
And an injury there, a replacement almost immediately. Coming onto the field, JP Just.
Yeah, that's JP Uester.
Lucas van der Merwe has had a really good start to this game, but picking up a knock there in that contact. So Benji Bushnell with another opportunity to feed this Eton College scrum that's been under pressure since the first whistle. But they have really stood up and they've made this South African side play some good rugby. Certainly hasn't been one-way traffic.
Let's see if they can get a quick channel 1 ball out here to secure their position and get out of the danger zone.
Well, and a good pick up there from McMullen. The ball went forward from a South African hand, but then spilt in contact by Eton College, so they come back for the scrummage. So again, they'll want to try and clear this ball away from here as quickly as they can, Len.
Yep, that ball actually came out very quickly. Unfortunately, Yegi Janssen hand getting in the way there, and they need to scrum again. Hopefully they can get it out more cleaner this time, but as quick as that will be great for them to be able to clear their lines and get out of this danger zone.
So I do have some good insights, JD. You're listening in on the chat on the Eton College side, but only got them a few minutes ago. Oh, and a good pick up off the base there, and he steps through the tackle, tries to get the ball wide, bobbled in contact there.
Nice and physical, Eric, great carry.
Yeah, Eric Estienne does really well there. Versatile player. So some real heat coming from the defensive line and a good steal in contact there. But adjudged to be illegal.
Yeah, good steal by Rion Pretorius, came off the line very hard and stole that ball. Great run there by the number 9. Still going.
So young Freddie Bracken-Smith there, nephew of World Cup winning halfback Kieran Bracken.
Oh, not a good pass.
Looks like he's playing at 10. Oh, some good feet there, and he goes, pokes the ball, but direct into touch. But he knew that he was playing with an advantage. So
great opportunity for Eton now to clear their lines, get out of their half, to put some pressure on the Ege Janssen defense and see if they can get onto the scoreboard. Looks like they'll be tap and going.
probably a good move considering the struggles they had at line out in the first half. And again, pick and go and a good latch there. Boot comes flying out the back of the ruck there. So playing with advantage again.
Some great carries there.
Bracken-Smith gets them going again.
Eton College definitely playing with some good tempo here, putting the Ege Janssen defense line under pressure, and that's how you do it, by quick ball. You want quick and go forward ball, and that's definitely what they just got there. And they went forward with all their carries, got the quick ball, and they're putting Ege Janssen on a bit of pressure right now.
So again, opting to go for the tap penalty. There, Benude not supported well enough by his teammates, and a good turnover.
Yeah, there was some daylight there between the ball carrier and the guy cleaning onto him, with a great steal by Ege Janssen, and they'll definitely be clearing their lines now. Try and get back into the Eton College half. Great kick.
Peterson making great use of the wind there. And I'm sure that they'll want to launch a play from here. And that's a great line out throw. Oh, Rippenaar coming hard onto that ball in midfield.
Changing direction of play.
Some real organisation about this, and some really robust play in the contact there. Taking good 10 metres after contact there. Oh, and a good step there.
That ball should have gone through the hands. There was an overlap. Not a great pass.
Loose.
Oh, that's a little knock on. Great pressure by Eton College.
Eton College are onto this.
Number 17.
And a good toe
oh,
through.
Brilliant.
And he was just looking for a man.
Oh, some advantage there. Quick ball.
Bracken-Smith, real live wire little snipe there, but he didn't take it from the 5 metre line.
Yeah, Ege Janssen had an overlap there. I think a 2 or 3 man overlap, and the guy stepped back inwards, lost the ball, and now they're under pressure.
Onwu there towing the ball ahead and was dangerously close, and as he was tackled, Hunter Dean Johns driving close to the line here. Pick and go from SDN.
Nice and physical run there. They just need to keep it there.
Ogbenude. This is and a knock on just close to the line there. Some really desperate defence there. Glenn forcing the knock on.
Yeah, great defence by Yegi Janssen. Eton College unfortunately losing that ball in contact. They got the go forward ball. They've got some big physical runners now running onto the Yegi Janssen boys. But just unfortunately at the end they lose that ball. But there has to be said that it's a great defence by Yegi Janssen to keep them out there, because it looked ominous for them right on their try line. Yegi Janssen will definitely be looking to use this wind now. Maybe a pick and go from the eighth man and then back in the pocket to kick it, or maybe directly to 10.
You don't think they'll go for the scrum penalty here in true South African style? Then?
Well, that'll be first prize. Let's see if the Eton College guys can hold them off, stand their man.
So right under the shadows of the post for Eckert Janssen, about 5 metres off their own line. Yeah, and a solid stable scrummage there. Ball's cleared away. Peterson drops the ball, grubbers it through. Bracken Smith, some good footwork there, gets the ball wide, and Isaac Manuel, apparently a power lifter of some note, but they've turned the ball over wide, and now it could be on for a breakout here. Peterson gets the ball, toes it ahead.
Yeah, that's better use of the wind.
Absolutely putting all the pressure back on, and Jake Bridge spirals the ball, and that's a decent exit from Bridge.
Very good against the wind, great kick by him. Plays back in the middle of the field more or less. I think Yegi Janssen can use the wind a little bit better. They're trying to run out of their own 22.
It was a good initial kick there from Peterson, who's now stepped in. Is playing that first receiver role. Marco Ventura here, throwing at the line out. First phase for the South African side, and I've just absolutely hexed it.
You can see how strong the wind there is, Cookie.
Mason Graves-Brown there carries it into contact. And they get the ball out wide, and that's a really good drive into contact, but stripped. And the referee adjudges them to be offside. So 0-0 so far in this half, and interestingly, since Eton College are playing against the wind and they've gone tap and go on these penalties, they've got much more return out of it. Oh, some good work there. Graves-Brown on William Barrett with a really wide pass there to Nonso Ogbunde, and Repanar with a fantastic steal there. Great technique, hands on the ball, heads up.
Yeah, that's a great steal. They were a bit under pressure there. Eton College definitely picking up the pace, playing with tempo, putting the Yegi Janssen defence under pressure. But that's a great steal to relieve a bit of pressure. Not a bad clearance by the number 10. Matthew Bergman with a great clearance there. And they're back in the Eton half now. Maybe a driving maul here, Cookie. So pure South African style.
Absolutely. So Pike, the starting hookers, coming back on. Sometimes slightly more difficult in the line out when you're playing with the wind, as the ball tends to drift towards the opposition on the throw, but Pike's arrows were very, very good in the first half.
Yeah, you probably have to go front or middle in this wind. Might be a big risk to go at the back. He gets it.
Great
throw.
Francis rising there. They come away with the ball. Now they sweep round the corner and Pike drives in, sets a platform. And again, some really robust play on the front foot here. A little show and go. And the ball ends up. And a little bit of afters going on. Mason Graves-Brown taking on the lock forward. He rips a great pass there, Jacobs. Some big defence in the corner there, desperate from Eton College.
Yeah, J.G. Jansen getting some quick ball and go forward ball as we head into the water break. Great continuity, just going out there right by the corner. But it was some good ball for J.G. Jansen, physical play. And that looked ominous for Eton College. I think they'll be very, very glad that it's a water break. Regroup and see if they can exit their lines after the water break.
Yeah, been a pretty manful performance from Eton College so far in this second half. Still 0-0. And there's been a lot of pressure, but they had a really good breakout. At one stage there, Onwu had the line beckoning, but was just mown down, and as he was on his back looking for someone to offload to, nobody quite got to him.
Eton College definitely had the opportunities to score some points. Unfortunately, at one stage losing the ball right in front or just before the J.G. Jansen try line. And they've actually dominated the better of this first 15 minutes of the second half, in my opinion, Cookie. They've held the ball nicely, but the J.G. Jansen defence stood their ground, put them under pressure at ruck time. 2 or 3 good turnovers by the J.G. boys, isolating the ball carrier, getting that turnover penalties and being able to clear their lines and relieve that pressure. So it's been a good 15 minutes, the first half of the second half.
Absolutely. As we said, the first half they were kicking penalties to the touchline and then not able to retain the ball. They've actually opted to tap and go and keep the ball in hand, which has actually put them more and more under pressure. So some real combative play, and it was good to see Mason Graves-Brown facing off with Devon Francis, not taking a backward step. Midfielder on lock forward. And then we can see some colourful shirts in the stands as we come back from this second half water break.
Eton College under pressure there. Seems like it's J.G. Jansen ball, so they're still on the attack. And this will take some stopping.
Yeah, really difficult place to get out from with such a stiff wind blowing in their faces and slightly off that right hand touchline as Eton College defend this. Multiple threats across the midfield and wide out here. And that's a good scrummage. And they pick and go. So far, Eton College defence is holding up. Pretorius with a really good drive there.
Yeah, great player.
Some real heat coming now from the J.G. Jansen forwards. But Eton College making them work really hard for this.
Great angle there by Rion Pretorius. Great try by him. Spotting the space, running into the gap. And he's a big man. He'll take some stopping. So close to the line, and that's a very, very good try. And if I'm not mistaken, he's a lock forward normally. Today playing in the number 7 jersey. And that's a great carry by him. You can see there, right into the space. Great body position, scoring the try. And we call that scoring the try in the contact. He's scoring the try in the contact, staying square. And he actually scores that try for a 5-pointer for J.G. Jansen.
Good solid lead up work. Eton College
made them work for it, but in the end, got his shoulders straight through there. Here we have that good old-fashioned finger on top of the ball. And the conversion is good, 27 points to nil. Cameron Van Wyk with the conversion.
Yeah, every kick is going to be a difficult kick in this win today. So that's a great kick. See, the wind took it a bit from left to right, but he just managed to squeeze it in.
So looking for a ball. So Benji Spark gets us back underway on a really good kick-off there from Eton College. Rory Downey recovering the ball. Bracken Smith back in to the half-back position, but well covered there. Opts not to go for the mark and runs for the space.
Yes, some speed. Hands.
Some good work here. Onto the outside, steps infield. Eton College really trying to make a mess of that wide ruck. And Eton College have come up with this one on the floor. Really good steal back as they come back towards the left-hand side here. And a great ball again out into the hands of Onwu.
Great carry there.
So offside in the midfield there. Rory Downey, a couple of really good interventions since that last try. Freddie Bracken-Smith wants to get it moving quickly, but the referee demanding that he takes it from the mark. So back he comes, taps. Great tip on there. Not sure we need too much about it. Finn and Graham on the ball to Bracken-Smith as he rips it through. Graves Brown there with that inside pass. And that'll be a penalty.
Yeah, Cookie. It's clear that for me the difference between, there's a few differences, but the Ege Janssen team seems to have more structure when they have ball in hand. Eton College throwing a lot of 50-50 passes, bad passes, one-off runners, and you can see when Ege Janssen has the ball, they play with a lot of structure, and they seem to be a little bit more organized as the number 10 kicks the ball into touch right in the middle between the 10-meter line and the 22. Eton College definitely has some talented players, you can see that, some slick ball handling, some good runs, but I think they need to play a little bit more towards their structure and stay in that structure.
So this fantastic competition here in Thailand, the cup being fought out between 8 of the best sides, tall sides in the world. As we said yesterday, then another completely different competition going on in the chat about all the teams that aren't here. Always good to see. So Bracken-Smith moves this ball to the right. Rory Downey gets met with a solid contact there. SDN drives it, and then every breakdown, Ege Janssen forwards are putting some heat on, and Eton College having to work really hard to retain the ball. Very best, it's slow, and another good turnover in contact there.
Ege Janssen putting Eton College under massive pressure there at ruck time, stealing some good balls, getting go forward ball when they've got ball in hand. Great run by the number 14, bumping off Eton College boy. Great continuity by Ege Janssen here.
Damien Kruger somewhat resembles
lots of space.
Brito.
Lots of space. Draw and pass.
Oh. Possibly the first mistake that Jacobs has made so far today. The line was beckoning. He had a 3-on-1 there and they shelled the pass.
Yeah, huge overlap there for Yegi Janssen. Unfortunately unable to capitalize on that, using that opportunity they had. And must be said, a poor pass by number 13, Jandre Jacobs, who's having a great game. First mistake. Everybody's allowed to make mistakes in game. I always say at least you do it at full pace. You definitely ran at full pace there. Just a poor pass in the end and unable to finish that great opportunity they had.
Jacob looks like a real talent. Scored one of the, the second try. Just pure gas running on the angle. So Bracken Smith with the feed to this Eton College scrummage just on their own 22. Playing into the teeth of the wind, so they will have to run it out of here. A good solid run there. Oh, they get the ball, straightens it up.
Yeah, slight forward pass. I thought it might be. Very unlucky there. It was flat but marginally forward. And Eton College will now be under pressure on the 22-meter line. Cookie, this Yegi Janssen side played in the Noordval. That's all the teams north of the Vaal River. If you've been to South Africa, you'll know the Vaal River. All the schools north of the Vaal River. They've played in the final against Garsfontein Hoërskool earlier this year. Narrowly losing against a very, very good Garsfontein school that ended up, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top 3 on the schoolboy ranking South Africa. So this is a quality Yegi Janssen side, and you can see they sticking to their structures. Defense is organized, putting a lot of pressure at ruck time. Set pieces well managed and well coached, and they're doing well at the moment.
So a better scrummage, and Bracken Smith grovels for that ball on the ground and wins a turnover, but his teammates then come in and give away the penalty after some great work on the ground there. And Peterson just pushes the ball into touch, but hangs it probably about 10 metres out from the Eton College goal line.
Yeah,
so plenty of work for the forwards to march this one forward. But
yeah, we spoke about that yesterday. You need your fly off to kick that ball on the 5. In ideal world, but not a bad kick.
Oh, another great throw there from Pike. He comes in and he's now in the boot here with this ball. And they're well set. They're driving forward. There's a good swim straight through the middle there. And Eton College have got some hands on, but the South African side still driving towards the line. A good counter surge there from Eton College. Tough to see where that ball is. The referee is down, but he judges held up.
Yeah, that'll be a goal line drop in or drop out. And as I mentioned, Cookie, you could see there was a perfect example. If that kick was on the 5-meter line, that would have been an easy try for Yegi Janssen. They drove them about 10-12 meters, and then just by the line they got held up. So it's marginal things. Oh well, that's a try.
Given as a try, and intervention there from the AR. The referee gave it as held up, but his AR, who was a little bit further away, judged that the ball was down. So it'll be interesting to see who comes up with this ball.
That's always an interesting situation for me in rugby nowadays. The referee showing that it's been held up, so it seems like you've seen the ball being held up, and then the AR comes and overrules the call. So you always wonder who saw what in that situation.
So Van Veek with an opportunity to nail the extras here. It's a decent strike, but it floats to the right hand side of the post on the wind. Not easy to kick either with or against this wind here today, Len.
Definitely, you could see the ball going from left to right, wind pushing it to the right. will be really difficult. You'll have to aim from that side. You'll have to aim to the left of the left-hand upright. That was aiming too straight there towards the poles. Flat kick-off. The Ege Janssen boys staying very deep on kick-off time, losing the ball now. Not losing this one, but they lost the previous one. Just managing to hold on to that ball.
And again, playing with a little bit of width here. But Peterson,
still going.
Slips through the tackle there. Back of the hand offload. I think with the game in the bag, with about 5 minutes to go and a 32-point lead, they're playing a little bit more freely than they would do normally there.
Definitely playing an expansive game, trying and taking some risks in their own 22. Probably would have not done that in a closer game. So definitely taking some chances. Always good to see. I say let the boys play in this type of situations. Let them explore themselves. Game is in the bag. But now Eton College with a great attacking opportunity to at least get onto the scoreboard, Cookie.
I think they'll be desperate to get the ball to William Barrett's feet here as quickly as they can, so that Bracken Smith can clear it away from this scrummage. It's a much better scrummage from
brilliant!
Smith.
Great vision by the number 9, and that's always the danger of bouncing. The number 9 not staying on his ground, going around the scrum. Normally the blind winger should be there to cover that, but that's great vision by the number 9.
So a slight loose head up wheel, and he fainted that he was going open, but this will-o'-the-wisp, Freddie Bracken Smith, his uncle would be proud of that one.
Yeah, you could see there JP Uester, the scrum off there, on his way to the open side, leaving the blind side open, but that was brilliant vision by Freddie Bracken Smith with a great try to finish off this game.
And a decent kick there from Benji Spark, but just slightly off to the left.
Great effort.
So nothing less than Eton deserve for the amount of effort that they've put into this game. 32 points to 5.
Yeah, that ball was on its way right through the middle, and the wind just pushed it left right at the end. It's actually a very good kick.
So Peterson, high and hanging. Good take there by Finn and Graham. Beats the first man. Looks like Eton College might be growing an arm and a leg here, Len.
That's much better structure, much better communication by the boys. You could see they've lifted the energy now after that try. Not a great pass, unfortunately. Pass going forward. And that's the end of the game, Cookie. I must say 12-0 at halftime. Second half, I think, was 12-5 for Ege Janssen, and really good second half Eton College had.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good work. I think they stuck to their task manfully. It would have been so easy to have just folded at half-time, but some real pressure, and they'll certainly be much better heading into the second round games for having had a run. But a pretty accomplished performance there by Ege Janssen. They looked really solid in all phases.
Eton College definitely never stopped fighting, but at the end of the day, Ege Janssen just too good, and deserved winners of this encounter.
How are you?
What did you want someone up here? I guess someone up here.
Well,
Tom's rugby as well.
Well, there you go. But if you guys,
I've got a spare guy. Yes.
we've obviously only played two.
I'm by no means.
No.
Tom's rugby.
But yeah. Let's
back for the last game?
Let Tom know, because as much help as I can get, I love.
I'll have a spare manager floating. So you all got jobs other than one that we got. That's fine.
Hello.
So when I'm on one got a fund.
Yeah. So you jump in here. Yeah. Sorry, what's your name?
Murray. Coach Murray, please. Full title. Come on now. That's all right.
I'll see you. Last game again.
So here we have now Hartpury College from Gloucester in the UK facing off against a team from New Zealand, Westlake Boys High School, who are moving to do their school haka. Both these sides laden with talent. A number of Welsh and English internationals in the Hartpury College side, and all connected to the Gloucester Under-18s Academy. The Westlake Boys High School, though, many representatives from Blues and North Harbour Under-18s. Blake Lidgard at number 10 is a New Zealand Maori representative, and James Cameron and Isaac Murray McGregor have both represented New Zealand schools.
Just hold it in your hand, because otherwise you can just kind of, because otherwise the wind catches it.
What am I pressing to do?
Nope. Just hold it. It's okay. Hold it low in your hand so you cover it from the wind. Yeah?
So I'm joined in co-commentary here by Murray as the Westlake Boys finish off their haka, rousing haka, crowd filling up here. And we've got the Hartpury Oaks and Acorns girls certainly in as the big cheer squad here, Murray.
Yeah, my Odyssey girls played against them this morning and gave us a tough game. So they produced some quality rugby this morning, and I think we can expect the same from the boys this afternoon. I think, to be honest, this is probably the game of the day for me.
Yeah, this will be some matchup, game 2 in the Cup competition here at the World Schools Festival 2003. And in the first half it looks like Westlake will be playing from left to right, which means they'll have the favour of the wind in this first half. But it hasn't really helped the teams all that much in the first game, that's for sure.
The wind's been kind of unpredictable, and when we were playing earlier, it would go straight down the pitch sometimes, and then 5 minutes later it'd be blowing across the pitch. So it's quite difficult to actually figure it out.
It's gusting left to right and slightly off that far touch line. So to get this game underway, we have Stefan Jones from the Scarlets. Oh, and a really good take there. And the ball's gone backwards, but Hartpury have come up with it. and immediately getting into their work here. Oh,
Nice
a
pick and
really good
drive.
pick and go from Manship. Oh, this is going to be some contest, Murray.
Good start. Tell you what, great contestable kick and good early momentum.
So that's the second carry that Manship has made. Tom Phillips. Some real contest and bite at these breakdowns. Alexander Bosworth, who's in the Welsh under-18 squad. Manship third carry in these phases of play. Really making himself available here. A little show and go. Some good work there by Ewan Rowlands. Slightly high on the tackle there. Chow James. It's a really industrious start by Hartbury.
They're making some really good post-contact meters. Every carry they make, they're getting over the advantage line.
They look very, very organised. The referee now looks like he's going back for that earlier high tackle. Be interesting to see whether they push this into the corner and we get our first line out of the game. So Stephen Jones opts to push it into the corner, and he's done a good job. Hung it there on the 5 metre line going into the wind. You can see the AR's flag blowing out sharply in the wind there. So a good early opportunity here for Manship to nail his arrows here, and a really good take there by James. And this is a great drive by Hartbury early on. And big celebrations from the Hartbury team, but I haven't seen the referee signal the try. And he signalled it as held up, so it's a goal line dropout. But decent work there from Hartbury, a really good line out take. So a ball straight down the middle here. Southworth brings it back. Taken by a good tap tackle there by Iverson. Hartbury yet again working hard with this ball. Asking some big questions of this Westlake defence early on in this game. Oh, a good flat pass through the front there.
Great carry.
To the big tight head. And no clear release. So far, it's been all Hartbury, Murray.
Yeah, they look really nice and organised. I think they haven't been too expensive to begin with, but there's been a lot of momentum on carries, and see if they can convert the pressure now.
And that is the second time that Stephen Jones has flirted with the corner flag, but he's got it just the right side, and it gives Hartbury another opportunity 5 metres out.
Great kick into the corner considering the wind, playing games.
So Manship gets the call from Bosworth. Oh, and a slight overthrow there, taken at the tail. So Westlake get their hands on this ball for one of the first opportunities. They immediately pull it back. And that has been touched in flight, so Westlake will get their first opportunity to throw the ball into a line out.
Westlake will be very happy with that little phase. I think they've done well to get away there without conceding any points.
So Westlake Boys High School, one of the top sides in New Zealand, with hooker Iggy Iverson looking to throw into this 5-man line out. Oh, and it's dropped into the hands of Vaia. Again, he's the tail gunner at the line out, and he's been really watchful so far. The early part of this game, that's the second line out ball that he's mopped up. Also part of the Auckland Blues and North Harbour under-18 squads. And Stephen Jones, that's another reasonable kick. About 12 metres out. So far, it's been all Hartbury, and Westlake have been on the defensive. They've bent a little bit, but they certainly haven't buckled so far. So referee basically asked for that ball to be rethrown. Maybe a little bit too much movement from both teams there. But Hartbury look really well organised, and that's a great take. And they've got the drive going. And they've shed 2 or 3 of the Westlake boys. And Vaia is on the floor there, needs to be careful. Manship is staying hidden there. Jay Dunn from Westlake having to peel away as it goes to ground, and Manship still on the ball, but he's got a little bit isolated. And they come out to this blind side, some really good defence. And the referee pulls it back, pulling down the maul. So it's a penalty on the 5-metre line. Got to hand it to Hartbury, Murray. They are really taking it to Westlake boys in this first 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've had pretty much all the momentum in possession, and I think the main thing is they've got to convert it. But they really do look pretty organised, and some really powerful runners in their forward pack.
And it's fantastic to see. We've got over 1,600 people watching in from around the world. As I've said in the other games, it's fantastic. We get the opportunity. We have a fantastic competition here in Thailand, and another banter competition going on in the chat, predominantly between the New Zealanders and the South Africans.
I was having a look
about all the teams that are not here.
Yeah, exactly. It never ends. Every time anything gets posted about any matchup, it's so and so is not here.
Another good take, but the line out slightly squint. Always really tough in windy conditions, particularly when you're playing into the wind, that the ball drifts to your side if you're not careful.
So it's our first scrum.
First scrum. Tuiga Kato is the halfback for Westlake boys. And this will be a really, really important matchup.
2 meaty tight heads on either side. It's be great to see who gets early scrum momentum.
So Kato feeds the ball. The referee asks for a reset. So about 9 minutes in and we're still 0-0. But actually most of this game so far has been played in the Westlake red zone. So they'd have to be really happy that they haven't conceded a score, and they're making Hartbury really expend some energy if they're going to get a score here. Really shallow. Good line there.
Great carry.
Good carry. gets them out almost to the 22, sets up for a good exit.
Westlake will be really happy with that.
Really solid, organised play there. Absolutely classic carry. Lisa Telly gave his forwards a great target, almost getting to the 22. And then Lidgard takes play almost back to halfway. So Vaez, soft hands, that's the third ball he's taken at the tail of the line out. Really coming up with some good returns there. Pohio. So Jalan Lisatelli. So this is the first time that Westlake have had an opportunity to run the ball. Skipper James Cameron with a good carry there. Some really quick ball there. Cameron gets the ball wide, but the referee pings Hartbury for being offside in the midfield. So it looks like Westlake have really weathered a storm there. Been under intense pressure in their own quarter. Couple of mistakes, and they now have a line out on attack in the Hartbury 22. So time for Hartbury to steal up and make sure they can defend this line out. So Iggy Iverson with this throw. Probably about 15 metres out here. Long way to go for the drive. But it's a good take at the tail and off the top. And in off the wing. Van der Vesthuizen. They move the ball left and then right. Some good defence there from Hartbury. Cato.
Hartbury have done well, yeah, to push Westlake back on attack. They're not really getting the game.
Carry there. Cato, absolutely fantastic half-back play.
Great ball.
He spotted the retreating Hartbury player on the post there and just ran at him, knowing that he wouldn't be able to tackle him, and then just pulled the ball back on the inside. So fantastic first score there for Westlake. If you watch this play, Cato sees the prop forward, knows he can't attack him, and a really good trailing run there from Isaac Murray McGregor.
It was really well played from the halfback there. It looked like Hartbury had actually done well to slow the momentum on that attack, and then little inside ball from the halfback, and through we go for the first score.
And Murray McGregor, also a New Zealand schools representative, part of the Crusaders under-18 setup when he's not at school, nails the extras for his own try. So after all that pressure from Hartbury, Westlake end up with a 7-0 lead.
I think one of the things I love about this tournament is the contrasting styles of the teams.
Yeah, you can actually see Gloucester playing a very rigid kind of English game. Stefan Jones with another good kick-off. Maybe this will give the Westlake boys some momentum. Oh, and a good take there. Again, Stefan Jones. That, puts it out on the full. Probably tried to carve off a little bit too much there. So 15 minutes in, 7-0 to Westlake Boys over Hartpury as we move into this first water break. And I'd imagine that the Hartpury coaching team will be pretty pleased with the way that the guys started that half, Murray, but they didn't get any return for all that pressure they had in the red zone.
I think we had 3 overthrown lineouts, which you kind of let ease the pressure valve somewhat. And you've got to convert those opportunities when you get into the 22. They looked really structured and solid and on attack, and unfortunately just those overthrows cost them.
Yeah, Alex Fahia has been supreme tail gunner of that Westlake line out. He's picked off a couple of their own overthrows as well as a couple of the Hartpury throws. And as we look at this, we can actually see far more cold towels going in around the Hartpury side. Oh no, Westlake boys have now got organised and got the towels out there. Pretty hot out there in the full heat of the sun. Quite sure what the temperature is here at the moment. Let's just have a quick check. 34 degrees.
I think the real feel is what matters when you get the humidity factor added to it. I was coaching all morning down there and it is really, really hot.
But even if it's a real short blindside, they still like to do it. So just eyes up, aware on the fence,
boys.
And if you're on that blindside, people coming, just hold
Playing that really distinctive green, white and red kit. So there we see some of the Hartpury girls. Pretty decent outfit, as we said there. Acorn's team, 9 England internationals and 3 Welsh internationals making up their 12. So Westlake now with an opportunity to throw a line out in. Stephen Jones having put the ball out on the full. First mistake that he's made on an overthrow there from Westlake. But the ball's come back into their hands. Well picked up. And a good tip on there from Tom Buckley, but the ball's gone forward. Mataretti Hoyt.
That back ball at the back of the line-out is quite hard to hit in this wind. I think teams need to reconsider. It's obviously a really good attacking platform, but sometimes it's just better to go into the middle of the front and secure your ball.
Much tougher from this near side touchline because the wind is coming onto this touchline, so much harder to throw into it. So Bailey Patel rips that ball to Stephen Jones. Good ball out the back. Oh, and they've sprung the man wide on the outside, but a fantastic tackle on Ian Rowan.
I think one thing young wingers can learn is don't get tackled out in the middle of the field. Got to give better continuity to your side. Just attack that weak shoulder and
Lisa
get the
Telly
next
just letting him know what he'd done there. Cato gets the ball infield to Lidgard, and that's a good bust there by Travis Finley. Jay Dunn there. Lidgard in acres of space and covering deep here, and that's a really good net gain for Westlake boys. Definitely won that kick tennis battle.
They're finding some space at the back there with their kicking game.
So Westlake boys, 6-man line out here. Really good take off the top there by Tonga Paia. Oh, and some wheels being shown on the outside here by Murray McGregor, but there's a turnover. Look for all money like Murray McGregor was off there.
How often do you see the bounce pass causing a line break?
But the referee pulls it back. The ball spills there. So Bailey Payatel with the feed to this scrummage. Under a little bit of pressure in their own half in the last few minutes here as they pull the ball. Jones, another great pass into the wide channel. Oh, and a good in-out step there, and he gets the ball inside, but some solid defence in the wide channel by Westlake. And Patel takes that ball. Solid contact between a couple of big men there. The ball played on the floor, so it'll give Jones another opportunity to force this ball deep into the Westlake 22. It's been a real game of punch and counter punch so far. Both sides look pretty calm and organised, Murray. Dealing with the pressure well.
Yeah, I think I said it before, there's a distinct contrast in styles. But besides a few wobbly line-outs and a couple of handling areas, they've both executed quite well. There goes the line-out again.
Ruben Cummings there with a line-out that's not quite straight enough for the referee's liking, so we come back for the scrummage. Westlake feed.
Great attacking position, yeah.
Well, it's actually given us I think a knock-on. I must apologise to Ruben Cummings. So a knock-on at the tail of the line-out. Harry Cornelius on at half-back now. As Patel feeds that, ball bobbles around and eventually gets to the feet of Evan Minto, one of the Wales representatives in this Hartbury side. Keelan Freeman Price, good solid drive there. Hartbury playing with lots of structure. Gwynn drives. So Hartbury looking to get organised, but been turned over in the contact there. Slight knock on.
Westlake have done it again. Good phase play from Hartbury, and somehow Westlake seem to be able to turn the ball over once they get into the red zone.
So another scrummage, Westlake feed, 5 metres or 6 metres from their own line. Probably see a hit up here again, I would imagine, from Jalan Lisateli. Give a better angle, yeah, and that's a good hard run. Pretty tough to kick onto that far touch line. Hangs it high and a good take. Pulls it infield, but well shepherded there. Doesn't opt to mark it. Oh, dangerously close to a 50-22 there.
Great kick, unlucky not to get to the 50-22.
Stephen Jones with some very soft hands there. Brings the ball to inside the Westlake half. That was a really good kick from inside their own quarter from Westlake. could easily have snuck in for the 50-22. Oh, the ball drops into the hands of Ellis Allen. A good run there from Ryan Jones. Pearce now on at half-back, moving this ball well. Oh, and they play the ball away from the contact and out the back. Again, really organised, structured play here. Solomon Shand. Good turnover though from Westlake as they battle up that left-hand wide channel. But the ball has gone into touch, but we're now back for an earlier knock-on. Referee signals a knock-on both ways. Westlake feed. So pretty even Stevens and a stable scrummage there. Westlake move the ball away. Oh, the ball into the hands in the wide channel. He's chipped it infield and Pearce puts it back over his head, but it's out on the full. As you say, a real difference in styles here. Hartbury often looking to play the territory game. Westlake usually opting to keep the ball in hand and explore the wide channels.
I think Hartbury have got some good phase play attack using their pod system, whereas Westlake seem to like to get it out the back quite early, and they're finding a bit of space in the wider channels.
So Hartbury come up with this one. Some solid play in this 5 metre tram line here. Good work by Gwyn. Interestingly, he is in the training squads for both England and Wales under 18s. So Justin Pearce pulling this back. Looks like he's setting up for the box kick and now opts to go off his left foot. Or opting to let the ball bounce there. Maybe a fortunate bounce there for Westlake, and some really good play. Knocks the ball on and the referee's playing advantage. Good opportunity here for Hartbury to break. Oh. So nobody claimed that high kick from Pearce, and the ball was bouncing around like a ping pong ball.
The chaos that the box kick can cause.
So Pearce with a feed to this Hartbury scrummage. So Pearce and Harry Cornelius having a little battle there. And that's a good scrummage from Hartbury. And they drive away from this. Looks like Shand with the ball. Pearce. Good organised phase play here, and a really strong driving contact here as Hartbury flood round the corner, but the ball's hit the deck. Westlake boys penalised in the ruck. Young Justin Pearce. Sorry, Joshua Pearce like every good halfback, has got plenty to say. And another excellent touch finder into the corner.
That's a fantastic kick.
I've been making the complaint across the last 2 days about how often the goal kickers leave those kicks 10, 12, 15 metres away from the try line, but Hartbury now, that's 4 or 5 kicks that they've absolutely nailed onto the 5 metre line.
Let's see where they go in the line out.
Cummings, oh, that's a great take, really soft hands there. And they've got the drive on. Westlake looking to disrupt. And they get a little bit disconnected. Westlake have done well to disrupt this, and they've got the ball to the floor. And this looks like it's going to be the last play of the half, unless there's a penalty here. So Joshua Pearce rips the ball out. And the referee looks like he has given a knock on. Ryan Jones just spilt that one in the contact. It looks like, although the hoot has gone, the referee is going to force Westlake to make one more play this half. Joshua Pearce really ripped that ball to Ryan Jones, but he had to, because otherwise it could have been intercepted.
If Westlake managed to get this off the park safely, they'll be really happy. Just as I say it. Penalty, and Hartbury get one more chance to try and convert all this pressure.
Young Joshua Pearce, somewhat like an angry Jack Russell Terrier there. Stephen Jones again puts it out on the 5 metre, so this is probably the 4th, if not 5th attempt that Hartbury have got, being given a lifeline to try and get themselves onto the score sheet just on half time. That's another good take in the middle there. Westlake have got the wood on here, and a good drive, and the score. And I've got to say, nothing less than they deserve as a return. And I think the try scorer is Solomon Shand, one of the England under-18 training squad players in this Hartbury squad.
Finally they managed to convert all that pressure. Their maul's actually been decent. They just, as you said a bit earlier, they got disconnected at times, and they're definitely getting momentum with it. Just got to be a little bit more patient.
So 7-5 with the kick to come. Stefan Jones, part of the Scarlets Academy, as well as the Wales under-18 training squad. Kicking from the tough side of the ground. As we look at the flags in the far corner, they're blowing straight at him. So he'll need to drill this to keep it straight. And the ball drops off the tee. Referee lets him reset it. Oh, and it's a decent strike, but probably just snapped at it a little bit too quickly, given that it'd fallen off the tee. And that is half time, 7 points to 5. So as we start the second half of this game, the Westlake boys just coming out of the sanctuary of the cool changing rooms back out into this searing heat. But they come out with a 7-5 lead over Hartbury, who are already out on the field and ready. Hartbury have got a fairly stiff breeze following them now. But as I was always coached, you need to score the points. The wind isn't going to do it for you, Murray.
Absolutely, it's definitely picked up, but like it has all day, you don't know what it's going to be like in 5 minutes. I got to say, just getting back to the change rooms, there are some fantastic facilities in this venue, and some really good air conditioning in the change rooms. It's quite hard to come out after half time.
Oh, that's a great steal directly from the kickoff. Westlake boys getting themselves onto the front foot immediately. Oh, good tackle there. And Tulimanu, really solid carry there. Oh, but a slight knock on the floor there. But that was a really good take from the kickoff there, Murray.
Yeah, some good early momentum, and great carry from the tight end as well. A big unit and good leg drive, and just pity about that little knock on. Good field position. See what happens in the scrum now.
So I've got a apology to make. The scrum half for Westlake is Lee Hanru Gravenstein. Late jersey change that we weren't made aware of. So good pick up at the base there from Hartbury. But Joshua Pearce swamped, and they played the halfback.
So tempting, isn't it?
Especially when he's been talking all game so far.
Very hard to resist.
So decent return on the kick there. Taking play just inside the Westlake half. Game 2 here at the World Schools Festival. Oh, and a good piece of first phase execution. Good throw from Charlie Manship, and he's got himself into the boot of this, but a really good counter drive from Westlake. Hartbury will need to move this ball away from here. They've got it moving again, but they probably got it wrapped up. So a real to and fro arm wrestle in this ball. Joshua Pearce fires the ball infield, going pod to pod. Good carry there from Evan Rees. Oh, good hands from Bosworth, the tight head. Really trying to get around the corner here. A little bit of green grass there for Elliot Southworth. Some pretty direct straight running there from Hartbury. Stephen Jones fires a flat pass and a solid contact on the gain line, but the referee brings it back for an early penalty transgression.
Hartbury is starting the second half like they did the first. Some really good ruck speed and continuity and momentum.
They work really hard getting round the corner, setting up their pods of 3. But I think Westlake so far have been the match in defence of them. So tough kick onto that far touchline there. More good first phase there. Thomas Roberts rising. Ball back in the hands of Manship as they make their way, keep edging closer and closer and closer, but still with a good 15 metres to go to the Westlake line. And the ball spills out and Joshua Pearce goes back and picks it up. Stephen Jones drops into the half-back position, and that was a pretty good jackal over the ball there. Good work from the winger, JD van der Westhuizen.
Great steal. It's one of the few times that Hartbury haven't managed to get a good cleaner over the ball quick enough, and great steal.
And referee having a word with Tom Phillips. Not sure if something was said after the whistle, but in at the side. And that's a decent kick into the wind there by Isaac Murray McGregor, one of the two New Zealand schools representatives players in this Westlake boys side. Hartbury disrupting that line out. Good drive through there by Evan Rees. Allen drives that ball forward. Oh, and Stephen Jones shells a relatively easy pass. Being driven back, but a high tackle. And they go quickly. Oh, and they've got the ball into the wide channel. Ashton Falloon pulled the ball inside, but just a small knock on in that wide channel. Pulled the ball inside. James Cameron couldn't quite bring the ball back in. So as a reminder, Westlake currently holding slender 2-point advantage, 7-5, with just under 25 minutes to go in this second half. Hartbury feed to the scrummage. Oh, and they've poked this into some space. And he touches the ball down, and that'll be a goal line dropout. I thought Murray McGregor might have a crack one-on-one there. There was an awful lot of green grass if he beat the first man. High hanging kick. Ellis Dean Smith with a good run there.
Great kick return.
Oh, great bump off there by the big man, Ellis Allen. Good setup here. Solomon Shand. Oh, just lost that ball in the wide channel, but a really good drive there. And they're now only about a metre short of the line. Solomon Shand coming in to offer a helping hand. But Westlake have got amongst this, making it difficult for Hartbury, and they've reclaimed a metre or so back as Hartbury really start to try and turn the screws here. Big man on big man, and the ball's popped out as they come wide. And number 24 there, Barty Hunt, knocks the ball on. And looks like the Westlake tackler has damaged himself there. Oh yeah, he ran, got his head completely on the wrong side there. And I'm not sure whether Barty Hunt was hurt there or just a despair in knocking the ball on in the tackle. And it looks like Westlake are going to ring some changes here. The Hartbury girls there, cheer squad for their men's team. Some concern for the young Westlake player. I'm not quite sure who it was. They've got the backboard down there. Oh, fantastic. James Cameron. That was an absolute try-saving tackle that he made there. Good to see he's back to his feet. And the medics can go back to the hutch. So big huddle under the post there for the Westlake boys team. Somewhat of a conference between the referee and the ARs. I think they're actually saying to James Cameron, we've got to obey, recognise and remove. Well, he seems to be fine. Looks like the officials team is going to force him off the field to be checked out, and I think that is absolutely the right thing to do. But a fantastic tackle from skipper James Cameron.
100% Cookie. I think it's really important that we stick to the protocols when it comes to these things. Let's get him checked out, get him cleared.
It's got to be said, he does look absolutely fine, but far better to get these things checked out. So 7 points to 5. Westlake with a scrum feed just 5 metres off their own line, absolutely centre field. And they get the ball away, some good hands there, and the ball has dropped. And a real opportunist score there for Lewis Callow.
Moment of madness there from Westlake, trying to go out the back door there and getting the option wrong. And
they absolutely did job one correctly there, but the pressure was on, and he went out the back of the man, and there was no one there, and Lewis Callow swept on it. So Hartbury retake the lead. So James Cameron will be pretty upset with his teammates there. He did all the hard work and put himself off the field to make a try-saving tackle. So Tate 40 with this wide-out conversion on the right-hand side, but he's a left footer, so should bring it round. And that is a lovely kick, and I'm pretty sure, given that there's not been much distance between these two sides, that is going to be an important conversion come the end of this game, Murray.
Critical kick, and it's pendulum swing, yeah. The whole game's been like that, really. Hard one to call.
Absolutely. So another good kick-off from the Westlake boys side, and they move the ball out into the wide channel. Mataretti Hoyt does some really good work. Blake Lidgard, some dancing feet in there. Now to the big boys. Lisa Telly. So Westlake, having just conceded, now right back on the front foot here. Lidgard. And a really solid tackle there from Solomon Shand. Westlake staying really organised here. Good ball there to Iverson. Now Tom Buckley just carving off a few metres each time. Lidgard with a big wide pass. And they've got it into the wide channel there. And Hartbury have really got themselves amongst this. James Chow, or Chow James, got himself completely onto the wrong side of that.
I tell you what, as a coach, that's exactly how you want your side to respond when they've just conceded.
Oh, some really big tackles in the middle there. Travis Finley got hit hard but looked after the ball. And now Westlake boys opt for the scrummage. You feel like these are big moments in this game. There's still 15 minutes to go, but everything is crucial here. And James Cameron comes back onto the field. So Taiga Kato with the feed. Westlake back to pretty much their starting 15 again now. Sensing the opportunity inside the Hartbury 22. Kato, good ball. Oh, great hit and spin there. Tom Buckley carving off yards and yards there. So the referee not too happy there with Ryan Jones, calling out the skipper, pulling them over to the touchline. So having a word there with Ellis Dean Smith and Westlake having the confidence to go for the scrummage again. It's been a real weapon for them to try and launch off. And they're bringing their blindside winger, Ashton Falloon, right out onto the open side. So I think the intent is fairly obvious here, Murray.
Yeah, it looks like it. Although 12's been giving them some great momentum. So let's see what they do.
Oh, and a great double round there by Kato. Some solid tackling from Hartbury, and they know that that was a pretty important play. And that signals the second half water break. We just watched this in replay. A great ball around the corner there, and Kato just slipped from his grasp there. But I've got to say, Hartbury certainly not out of the woods yet. They've got to come back for a scrummage, then try and clear themselves away and go down the field, holding this slender 12-7 lead as we move into the final quarter of this game. Without a doubt, this has been a high-quality game of schoolboy rugby, Murray.
Oh, it's been great. It's really difficult to call. Just when you think one side's getting momentum, the other comes back. And I think what Westlake have done really well is found space out on the fringes when they've attacked. in contrast to Hartbury's kind of more phase attack.
Yeah.
And that's what I've really enjoyed about the game, is the two sides, whenever they attack each other, it's distinctly different styles of play.
Yeah, lots and lots of structure from Hartbury, very, very organised, getting around the corner, playing into pods that are kind of one-off. Westlake playing a little bit more open rugby and certainly playing wider off the rucks. So they're stretching the defence for Hartbury all the time, asking questions. So Westlake boys in the huddle there. It's actually fantastic to see the maturity of all of these young men. Great deal of pressure on all of them, but they're all playing calmly within themselves.
It's also not easy to keep your head in these conditions. I think in this last quarter, you kind of got to fight your fatigue and your mental fatigue more than anything.
And as we said, it must not be underestimated just how hot it is out there at the moment. 34 degrees, but with the humidity and the direct sunlight, it will feel like an absolute furnace out there. And I don't relish anybody playing underneath a scrum cap out there at the moment. So an absolutely crucial scrummage here for Hartbury College. Westlake will have one thing and one thing only in mind, which is to try and push them off this, but it looks like a solid take, and that is a good drive. Good drive from the number 8, but met solidly on the blind side there. This has been an absolutely enthralling game.
I'm a little bit surprised Hartbury haven't tried to scrum for a penalty yet. They seem to have a little bit of advantage at scrum time, and they've been getting the ball cleared out quite early.
Good take at the tail. Cameron gets the ball wide, driving hard into the Hartbury 22, stretching them from side to side. But that's a really good ball for Hartbury to come up with, and they now look to get the ball out of the contact, and they've pushed the ball, and the big man is chasing. Ellis Dean Smith was roaring after that. It's gone out and it beat Dean Smith, but it is a 50-22, so it gives Hartbury College the opportunity through Ruben Cummings to throw in. So this has been an absolutely fantastic breakout for Hartbury. 2 minutes ago they were scrumming down to a defensive scrum 5 metres out. So the referee asking for the reset here.
Just another dramatic momentum shift. Seesaw battle this.
Oh, that's a great line out take. Jay Dunn looking to get hands on this, but Cummings has got this at the boot of this maul. They move it out to the open side. Now looking to put some width on this. Tate 40, who got that crucial conversion, shows and goes. It's Hartbury keep pouring round the corner, going the same way. Oh, and a fantastic try there, scored by Bailey Patel. Could that be the hammer blow? So eventually the phase play, and Westlake ran out of defenders. Patel there was a huge gap, nobody on the guard of that maul, and he just held the ball in both hands, showed it, and like any good halfback, took the score. Chris Ashton-like splash there. So 40 now, with an opportunity to really stretch this with about 10 minutes to go. I would say Westlake certainly on the ropes now, but definitely not on the canvas. So Tate Forte with this kick, and the flags go up. That's 2 crucial kicks from him. So 19 points to 7, 12-point lead. We get a look at this kick, this cultured left foot, and that's a really good strike. He's taken account of the wind, which holds it there. Ryan Jones, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Hartbury play this ball deep. They're not going to mess around with it now. They're going to force Westlake to play from deep. As you've said several times, Murray, it's been a real clash of cultures here. Westlake off the top. Cameron, and a really good hard line there, coming back against the grain. Cameron carries it into contact. Cato looks to keep Westlake moving, always playing a little bit wider, and the ball's gone onto the ground. But Hoyt looks after it, and it's into the big fellas. Tulimanu. Oh, and Cameron wide out here. Good catch and pass. They need some basic skills here. Good tackle in the wide channel, taking down Travis Finley, who just drags it forward as he looks to put it into a big long present. The ball just bobbles forward. There's been some excellent defence on both sides.
I think Westlake will rue a couple of crucial handling areas at crucial times. They've definitely found a lot of space out wide there, but when they've looked for the reload, there's been a few times they've had a couple of really small handling areas on the ground that have killed any momentum they've got on the fringe.
So Westlake bringing a few changes, trying to inject a bit of momentum into this final 7 minutes of this game. So try scorer Bailey Patel has been replaced by the abrasive Joshua Pearce. Stephen Jones, show and go, gets his shoulders through, and now they've kicked it through, but the ball bobbled and lost in contact there. Did really well to just get his shoulders through the contact there, but nobody coming on his left shoulder. So Westlake, if they can score in the next few minutes, they're certainly not out of this. And wouldn't it be some grandstand finish? Cato with a feed, Westlake under pressure. The referee calls for the reset. But that was a solid scrummage from Hartbury, Murray.
Hartbury are definitely getting more momentum in the scrum as the game's going on.
So Cato with a feed. More pressure coming on from Hartbury. On the ball, just bobbled forward on the ground there, but the referee decides that they're offside, and Cato decides to take the matters into his own hands. Gets it to Lidgard. They come back to the left here. They really need to try and make a dent in this Hartbury defence. Oh, pretty desperate pass, trying to outflank the Hartbury defence. Joshua Pearce, they're just telling Dean Smith to just calm it. Hartbury in no hurry here. Just over 4 minutes to go. Ruben Cummins with this throw. Perfect view right down the barrel of this one. Oh, and a good take at the front there. Playing really sensible rugby. So the ball back in the hands of Cummings. Oh no, as they peel off the front here. Very, very close to the touchline. They'll want to bring this ball back in field. As we said earlier, no bonus points in this game. It's just a straight knockout. Ellis Allen with a good carry there. Pearce just going to his pod around the corner. These Hartbury men. Stephen Jones pulls the trigger and wide they go. Good step in field, staying strong. Now they come back across the other way. Really solid carry there, but a knock on the floor there. Getting desperately close to last chance saloon here, Murray, for these Westlake boys.
Yeah, one final attack. If they can just secure their scrum ball, then let's see if they can get a score here. But left it a little bit late, and I think definitely they're going to look back at this and realise that they had some opportunities, and just battled to convert them when they got out wide.
So, just over 2 minutes to go. 12-point deficit. Of either team, you get the feeling that Westlake is the team that could go the length of the field here. Or, he read that very well, and he's got to the edge. Steps in field, really, really good work there from Tuitupo. Oh, just a fraction late there. And playing advantage. The ball bouncing in the Westlake 22. Really good chase. And Westlake with some green grass in the wide open there. Cato with a man on the inside. Desperate defence from Hartbury as they stream back. Westlake will want to pull this wide, get going, and he goes absolutely straight.
Oh, brilliant feet from the fullback. Outside, inside.
And Isaac Murray McGregor showing why he is a New Zealand representative, and he sets up a grandstand finish here, bringing the score to 19-14.
What a phase of play from Westlake. Just when we thought they were dead and buried, they came back. End-to-end stuff.
So now a 5-point game here. As we said, We knew that they were the side that could go the length of the field, and absolutely they did. Hartbury need to keep playing. Westlake getting out to this edge again. And now this is last chance saloon as they spread it wide. Good ball, getting it into the hands of Hoyt. Desperate defence from Hartbury. Great run there from Lisa Telly. And that's a penalty. So that gives Westlake the opportunity to just take a breath. But it also gives Hartbury the chance to organise their defence. Cannot afford to make a mistake here. They go down the blind side. Gravenstein asking questions. He's really speeded up the service here. Gravenstein looks for the gap and he's hauled down from behind. Westlake really asking questions of this Hartbury defence now. Oh, and a good straight run there. Gravenstein. Oh, a loose pass there. But there's a penalty. And Westlake now pressing. Iverson, and there's another penalty coming. Really turning up the wick now, Westlake. And on the wide outside. And could this be?
They've done it, Cookie, they've done it. Westlake in the corner. What a score.
So back from the dead, 19 all. So everything is now on this kick. 19 all. A fantastic score there by Hoyt. And I think the question that is on everybody's lips is, why did Westlake wait till 5 minutes to go before they lit the fire? So Jared Blake, huge pressure on him. But he will be the darling of Westlake boys if he can nail this wide out conversion. The crowd is hushed. And the ball is on its way. And it drops wide, so 19 points apiece. The game ends. So Cup quarter-final finishes 19 all. There is some debate about how this one will be solved, but boy oh boy, these two sides have absolutely contributed to a fantastically exciting game of rugby. Going into the last 5 minutes, Hartbury were holding that 12-point lead, Murray, and then they coughed up 2 tries.
I tell you what, Cookie, you called it when you said, Westlake about the only side could go the end to end, and they did. And that kind of gave them the momentum, came into the next try, and gee, they found a lot of space in the fringe all game. Finally, they made it count.
Yeah, a fantastic score by Isaac Murray McGregor that enabled the conversion to be taken, and just to give them that slim outside chance. And then Hoyt sprung free down the far side. I'm sure Hartbury will be absolutely crestfallen. Although they haven't lost the game, they had it very much in the bag.
I tell you what, it's worth saying that both of these teams need a huge round of applause for the way they've played this game. And I know somebody's going to win it, but both of them can hold their heads high, because I don't think if you're not here, you won't really know how difficult it is to play that kind of tempo match in the conditions that we've got here.
So the excitement is never ending. Rugby Travel Academy come out with their beautiful yellow shirts against the sky blue shirts of St Michael's. St Michael's side, a team brimming with Leinster representatives. A couple of the guys are returning here for their second year. They had a really good competition last year. And that tight huddle from those St Michael's boys. As we said last year, they were pretty unlucky to not proceed through to some of the higher honours games. Andy Serkin, the coach.
Get some fluid in, mate.
How good, bro? How good?
So RTA get this game underway, playing into the wind in this first half. St Michael's trying to work their way out of this half. They've had a couple of cracks at making a dent in the RTA defences, but then go aerial, and a bit of a knock on there. So St Michael's have certainly gained a huge advantage, streaming into the RTA half, playing out the back, drop the ball on the toe there, and one could say that's been a really good exit for St Michael's, Murray.
Oh, absolutely. I think the box kicks are a really good strategy in the wind. It swirls up there, and it's quite hard to actually defend against, and causes all sorts of chaos if you don't get it clear out of the airs. It's just done there for RTA.
Well played there at the line-out by RTA, waiting for St Michael's. So we've just had word from the organisers. Westlake will go through by dint of having scored the first try. 19 all, 3 tries apiece. But they got themselves onto the score sheet with the first try. So that is absolutely cruel way to exit the cup tournament for Hartbury.
Oh, that's a tough one to swallow if you're the Hartbury coaches. I tell you what, they thought they were in with about 12 minutes to play, and Westlake somehow came back. And yeah, it's a cool way to, but we've got to do it somehow. Especially in the sweltering heat, it's almost impossible to expect the kids to play extra time.
So St Michael's overthrow this line out, and RTA's sweep on the ball. Oh, St Michael's making real pests of themselves here, forcing some real pressure onto the RTA side. Oh, the ball ends up in the hands of Pat Wood. Chad Lukey's this live wire scrum half for the RTA side. So an all-important scrummage here. Both sides will want to lay down a marker early on. Spins around, tight head-up wheel on both sides. Pretty direct play from St Michael's here. Oh, pulled out the back. Looked to slide through the gap. And then back into the arms of the big man. A little chip over the top. And it's rumbling towards the corner. So decent field position, but giving up possession, Murray.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic. I think they've obviously decided they want to try and work the territory in the early part of the game. One thing I always note with these Irish schoolboy sides is how good their ruck speed is on attack. They're really good at the phase play, and I was actually surprised they kicked it away. I thought they had good momentum.
So an earlier transgression, slight knock on at the line out there. Referee picked up on that. Chad Lukey's. So scrum goes down. Matthew Zondar comes away with the ball, but he's sent back from where he came. Really good tackle there by Dave Walsh. And that's a high up and under. David Price fields the ball for St Michael's. So St Michael's playing with advantage, penalty advantage, so they can afford to give this one a real go, but they're playing absolutely route one up the guts here.
Good little +1 there on the pod system, just giving that tip pass to the outside forward in that triangle. Gives them a nice momentum.
So looking to keep their foot on the throat. And not flirting with the corner flag, but leaving his forwards about 8 metres to go here, which is a pretty big ask against this well-drilled RTA side. St Michael's need to get the ball to the back of this maul. They're going to need to work this one away. I think RTA are going to come up with a turnover here. Yes, they do. Getting some questions in the chat. And Westlake and Hartbury finished 19 all, 3 tries apiece. But Westlake scored the first try, so they will advance to the Cup semi-final.
So I'm assuming replaying the E.G. Jensen. I'm not sure how it's exceeded.
So RTA feed the scrummage. Sharp pass there. It's high and hanging. Oh, just put a foot on the line as he gathered that ball. David Price. So RTA hooker Stefan van den Heever. Good throw and a good take. Really good set phase play here. Van den Heever now over the ball. It's a really good drive by RTA. Chad Lukes got swallowed up into that. He's had to fight his way free. Ball eventually going to ground and he goes aerial. It's high, not too much forward momentum on the ball. Oh, and it's dropped into the hands of the St Michael's player. Price really giving it a go, pinned his ears back, but put a foot on the touchline, right in front of the AR there. So it's like walking a tightrope down that touchline. So Van den Heever will look to repeat the last set phase they had. Solid work. St Michael's opting not to put anybody up in that one. RTA breaking apart a little bit, but safely looking after the ball. And a bit of a pitching wedge there, but lobbed it straight into touch.
He's just misread the breeze a little there.
So with about 10 minutes gone, we have a real arm wrestle. Still 0-0. Major part of the game has been played down in the RTA half, but St Michael's with a fairly stiff wind at their backs. Some decent play there from James Sherwin at 9. St Michael's really looking to play, holding the ball up. Again, James Sherwin getting himself involved. It's his second year here at Patana in the World Schools Festival, and also a Leinster representative.
Hey, you know what? That's how Alex Ferguson.
So St Michael's, if they have learned anything from watching the Hartbury game, they'll want to make sure that they try and take advantage of all of the territory and possession they get in the red zone.
If we had it, but then we started to rip them apart, and we always did something fancy and just cocked it up. Yeah. And if we just played simple like that, it wasn't hard when we started to get it right. It was just catch pass and James into the game, could we?
Good set play by St Michael's. They're bearing down on the RTA line, and they have scored. The big man comes up with the ball, and we know from the previous game, very important to get that early score.
I think that the difference with the St Michael's execution in the line-out was crucial. It was really slick move, great throw, came down off the top, great carry, and over he went. Really good, simple and effective.
Oh, the big man sensing where the line was and rolled over, and the conversion is good. So St Michael's open up a 7-0 lead. Just about 12 minutes played here at the Patana Sports Club. And Joe Quigley just confidently knocks that one over.
Yeah, no, we basically didn't have the ball.
High and hanging back on the wind, and RTA come up with the ball. Some pretty good line speed from from St Michael's there.
Oh, it might have been that guy. That guy there, because he was on the sideline a lot.
Big meeting between Luke Sass and Charlie McConnell there, the two number 12s.
Craig's a dick.
Penalty advantage for RTA. Oh, great show and go there.
He's overthrown it. Should have just given the simple inside ball.
Could have just given a very simple pass there, but went for the big one. He got a man right on his shoulder.
Well, you started to say you're going to win, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, we probably played, actually, didn't play too great for those 60 minutes.
So Sherwin puts a high bomb up, well fielded.
Good try too, with lots of phases.
Yeah, it does. Never hang your head.
You've got to go back through the number 1 chamber, right?
So Lukey's pulls it back into his 22, and they go deep. Big long wide pass. Oh, and they've dropped it onto the toe, and that's going to rumble into in goal. He's probably made a mistake there by touching that down, because it would be a goal line dropout as opposed to a kick back.
Yeah, I think if he'd shown a little bit more composure there, he could have ended up with a scrum back where the kick came from.
However, Murray, all of that is easy said from the cheap seats up here in the grandstand.
It's about 10 degrees cooler up here as well.
And the iced coffees have just been delivered. So the goal line dropout. David Price drops it inside. And Dylan McNeice, Leicester and Ireland, just strides through the defence there. The big man, there was no stopping him there. So Price drops it infield, just a fend, but there was a big gap there. And Dylan McNeice in for the try, 12 points to 0.
Hell of a game. Hell of a finish anyway. What happens, you know?
Having played a few of the top Irish schools with my academy, I can tell you if you don't kill the ruck speed and their territorial game, these Irish sides can be ruthless. They're really well coached and really well drilled, and you have to find a way to disrupt their momentum. Otherwise the scoreboard pressure can start piling up.
So Quigley adds the extras, and St Michael's jump out to a 14-point lead as we head into this first half water break on just over 16 minutes. Quigley just off one step there, swings his leg through it. St Michael's under the gazebo. Touchline side just getting as much shade as they possibly can. Trying to cool down. But there's very, very little respite from these 34-degree heat. Coach Andy Serkin will be pretty happy with that early showing there. As we said, a fairly experienced St Michael's side. They've got a number of players played in the tournament last year returning, and plenty of Leinster
but it's very
representatives.
where you just, there's almost no
They've looked really polished so far. Execution's been spot on.
Okay, well, next one on, and so you never have the same team together for any.
So as we look at this beautiful vista in front of us, the Patana Sports Resort. It's a fantastic sporting facility. And Len Olivier will be speaking to his charges as they make their way back onto the field. The other players from RTA in the stands here. Some of the younger guys playing in the open competition.
So it's a training ball, so I don't know if you know how.
St Michael's have also used the wind well. I think they've kicked into the corner and they've made it very hard for RTA to get out of the 22.
Jaden DeLuy and RTA come up with the ball, fighting really hard in contact, but Fraser McKenna ragdolls him backwards. Oh, and a lovely bounce of the ball there, doing everything he can to keep that ball in field, but the AR there raises the flag, and for the time being the threat is killed by St Michael's.
I thought the ref might have played advantage there. It's a tough one.
Oh, good. It was initially good soft hands there by Dave Walsh in the line out.
Good opportunity here for RTA to get some points on the board.
Their line-out execution has been pretty good so far, so definitely the right option to push this to the corner. And he drops it right on the spot, 5 metres out. First attacking opportunity that RTA have had. Van den Heever throwing into this 5-man line out. Great take in the middle there. As Van den Heever comes round, gets his hands on that ball. Chad Lukey's first in and out. Some tidy work at the breakdown here from RTA, but some great defence from St Michael's. The referee's going to need to be alive here as RTA bear down on this St Michael's line. And some good work there in the end from Rigat Clock. Number 7 cuts the deficit, 14-5, kick to come.
It's a really important score from RTA. I think it's really the first time they've got into St Michael's 22 and made it count. Game looked like it could possibly be running away from them. They've struck back when they needed to, and they're back in it.
So there we go. Like one, I mean, so then it works out to flights. And we billed you for a couple of evenings, and you do the same. I think that's a big thing.
And a good correction in the chat there from Kieran McKenna. Andy Skian is the St Michael's coach. So the kick is good. 14-7, the deficit now cut to.
Just trying to find teams, competitive teams to play against, variety in opposition. Yeah, no, it'll definitely be if you ever do come here, that's handy.
Oh, great take there from Dave Walsh. Slight knock on there from RTA on the kickoff reception, and Walsh was onto it like a flash. He's a big man. Both Ireland under 18s and under 19s. It's a good scrummage there from RTA, and initially the penalty going to RTA, but then the free kick. And interestingly, St Michael's have opted for another scrummage. I don't think it would have been my first choice if that had just happened to me.
I think they may be hoping they just had a slight lapse in concentration there.
I'm pretty sure that St Michael's won't make the same mistake twice. A lot lower in the front row as they bring this ball away. Charlie McConnell setting a target for his forwards there. Walsh striding through the contact there. The ruck speed of St Michael's is staying high, and they've got the penalty advantage that they're playing with. So pretty much playing with house money here. They can really give it a go. Walsh runs a dummy line there. Referee comes back for a high tackle. Be interesting to see whether they take the point. It's absolutely spot in front of the post, and yep, they take it. That's probably the pragmatic thing to do. As we've said several times, this wind is pretty gusty, and it would be pretty difficult to land it on the 5 metre from the middle of the field there. So Quigley, it looks like he's going to opt for a shot at goal here.
I think it's a good call. Just takes him 2 scores out.
And Quigley nails that penalty. Just gently trying to retake control of this game. As you've said a few times, Murray, the ruck speed of St Michael's is crucial here.
To be honest, again, as a coach, it's always very impressive to see the kind of unity that they clean out with. It's very impressive. You'd love to be in the back line.
Good take there, and a great offload there. Walsh is showing why he's an Ireland international. And the referee seeing hands in the ruck there maybe, but some impressive ball skills from Dave Walsh, the big man there. Miles Berman there in the shot. So RTA with an opportunity inside the St Michael's half. Really not had too many opportunities as we come up to the 24th minute of the game. Been down here precious few times. And St Michael's getting some hands in there and some really good play there and an excellent clean out. Oh, and the big spiral bomb downfield. It's rolling, rolling, rolling.
You've got to love a good old torpedo.
And I love the ambition that RTA are playing with, playing from deep. As we've said, it's pretty tough to play into this breeze. Pretty much blown end to end into the faces of RTA now. So far the set piece for St Michael's has been good. And another good take. Setting a really good target in midfield here. But bobbling the ball forward, and RTA have come away with this ball. Still playing with the advantage. They come back against the grain. Still keeping it relatively tight though. And referee judges that St Michael's had advanced offside, front of the back foot. A little bit of chat between the two sides. Always good to see some passion.
Yeah, I think you could see at the opening ceremony, all the teams were definitely up for a bit of competition. It was some standoffs in the captain's chat and photo shoot up front. Had a good laugh at some of the boys.
So a really good touch finder there from RTA. Taking play down into the St Michael's half. A little bit of a balk there. Probably lucky to get away with that. The big man, Kobus Eriksson. Van Heerden there. Oh, almost came off. You would have thought that the referee might have played an advantage there. It looked like it had dropped St Michael's way. They were certainly sweeping through there.
Yeah, I think one thing, St Michael's are starting to put pressure on the RTA line out. The first couple of throws were really good from RTA, and the last two, St Michael's have put a jumper up and started affecting the quality of possession that RTA are getting.
Yeah, I think with Dave Walsh in there, Fraser McKenna, they're throwing them up, and both of them have got good hands. Oh, free kick against St Michael's. And RTA playing with a bit of tempo here. It's actually done well to recover that. Zadian Dupree. St Michael's line is coming up hard. Oh, and a great steal there. And this could be... Oh! So, another one flirting with a corner flag, but I think it's going to be... Ooh. Well...
The AR is saying it was touched on the way through.
If it's touched on the way through, that would be a scrummage, I guess. So I think if they spot a scrummage, it must have been touched on the way through. If it's a line out, then maybe, yep, must have been adjudged to have been touched on the way through, because it certainly went touching goal. And it was deep touching goal, and it wasn't just by the flag. So I think St Michael's have dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, I got to say, I didn't see the touch, but
RTA putting some real pressure on in the scrummage there, really bending the St Michael's front row. Oh, some good work there. St Michael's look really organised in these close quarters encounters, looking to smash the front door down here. Keep coming round the corner, and they've got some big men here. Dylan McNeese is hovering, Dave Walsh, but they've spilt it forward, and so the referee comes back for the penalty. Offside in an earlier phase. Some good defence there from RTA, and they're going to take another shot at goal. Probably a decent thing to do because we're absolutely in the shadows of half time. The hoot is about to go.
I think St Michael's are probably conscious of the fact that they're going to have to play into the wind in the second half, and just want to have a bit of a buffer going into half time.
Yeah, it's been as I say, it's always tough to get the ball close to the try line if kicking from in the middle there, and that's another solid strike. So 20 points to 7. Quigley in the 10 jersey has really led his side around. So a 13-point lead going into half time.
Water wrap or Justin? Yeah, that's something like that. There's no good luck.
So we come back from half-time. St Michael's having nailed a couple of late penalties in that half. Just edging 13 points ahead, 20 points to 7. They've been in the sheds, in the aircon, taking full advantage. And Billy O'Donoghue having a few quiet words with the referee, as every good front rower will do. Oh, and that is a fantastically committed take in the air there. It's a great start for St Michael's. Oh, and a really good bounce on there. Oh, pretty sharp play here from St Michael's. Charlie McConnell weaving his way through there. And not quite sure. There's obviously something at this initial phase, maybe playing the man in the air, but it was if that's what it was for, it's pretty difficult to avoid.
I thought that was a fair contest, to be honest. It was a great take.
Yeah,
but
fantastic work.
I don't think that was necessarily... I think he was trying to get the ball.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're potentially doing the referee a disservice. It might not have been for that, but it was a fantastic contest. So we've got some shadows starting to be cast by the huge grandstand here at Botana Sports Resort, and an early opportunity here for St Michael's hooker Maguire to throw into this line out. Oh, that's a good take at the front, and they've got a really good set here, but RTA didn't go up in the line out, and they had an initial good set, but St Michael's are inching closer as Maguire breaks away, and it looks like he's got the score. He backed himself and broke away there. So Duan Maguire, there he is, tucked in on the back of that, senses it's not going anywhere, rides those first couple of contacts and then stretches out. And he extends that half-time lead to 25 points to 7. Dream start for St Michael's.
All started by that fantastic take in the air off the short little kick-off.
Grab some ice. There is.
And a really good strike from Quigley, but a completely different proposition kicking into the breeze there. But 25 points to 7. Opened up some reasonable breathing space. And Rugby Travel Academy and Len Olivier will really want to be the next team to score here.
I think RTA need to figure out how they get their hands on the ball and get a bit of momentum into their attack.
They certainly need to keep the ball away from this big St Michael's pack. Certainly need to run them around a little bit. Got a penalty advantage as Lukey's digs in for that ball. Clock the try scorer in the first half. Oh. Big Cian O'Neill couldn't help himself coming round there. He knew before he hit the halfback what he was doing, but just couldn't stop his momentum from coming forward. RTA fly half. Deleu Pushes RTA inside the 22.
He's looked pretty good on attack actually. He's given them some nice shape, takes the ball to the gain line quite well. Like to see a bit more of him running the attack.
Certainly offers a threat. Just takes a little, or gives a little bit of space to the men outside him.
Not a single thing.
Oh, great ball there to clock going round the front. He's quick thinking and he picks it up and steals another 3 or 4 yards. Big another crack around the front there. Stealing some real good yards here in close contact.
I don't know what you saw. I had a chance to see the email, but I wrote, was it yesterday?
Just about 4 metres away now. Some big men.
Responded.
Duplessis.
Some camp in January 2025.
He's getting low in the drive here.
Nothing in there. So he's
Feeding the ball back.
about, best of you do it at April, but before the 24th. So
The big lock stretching out. Has he got there?
I think he has.
No, it's not.
That was Kian Duplessis.
Oh, we haven't put anything yet. We'll have golf academy for 3 months.
Great little line-out variation there from RTA. Got them on the front foot and they did really well. Couple of good pick and drives and then coming around the corner on the blind side. Good carry.
They won't take bookings on an empty calendar.
So every time we think that
and it's the last few days of
RTA
January.
might be dead and buried, they breathe life back into the game and the score.
They've shown us enough that they've got enough in their attack to actually be a threat to St Michael's. They just have to figure out how to actually get more primary possession. I think what St Michael's have done really well is controlled all of their set piece ball, especially their kickoffs and their lineouts. There's been a little bit of pressure come scrum time, but it's meant that RTA have really battled to get enough possession to actually be a consistent threat.
Wide out here. Really good strike. The ARs gave that a good look. I think it's sailed past the uprights there. So 25-12. 13-point game. Really good strike there. High, wide and handsome. Oh, they get to that ball first again. Ethan Black. Some really tidy play there. Playing to the space, some real heads-up rugby there from St Michael's. Oh, good drive there. And again, playing away quickly. Quigley on the ball, takes it into contact and gets scragged to the ground. St Michael's now playing with some real purpose. It's almost like the try stung them into action, Murray.
Yeah, again, their ruck speed's just been fantastic, and they're getting such good momentum. They really got great shape, and every time they get under pressure, they get a score, they seem to just come back immediately.
So some good driving on this tight side as they flood round the corner here. Quigley pushes a really wide pass. So penalty game right in front of the uprights. High tackle and Quigley making his way, and they opt for the shot. I think St Michael's is showing their absolute that they have come here to try and make a marker on the cup.
Again, I think it's the right decision to just keep on accumulating points.
Some people will often see this as boring and dull rugby, but games of rugby are for winning. St Michael's are going about their work in a really professional and tidy way.
as we saw in the previous game, it's important to take your points when you get them. You don't want to be in a situation where you, like in that previous game, where you're getting knocked out on a technicality. Knockout rugby.
So 28 points to 12. So Quigley has kicked some important points. High and hanging. Some good footwork as they carry that into contact there, St Michael's. They've been pretty tidy in their exits from kickoffs. And that's another deep raking kick. Oh, bounces, and a great ball into Ethan Black. Great work there from Pat Wood. Immediately back onto the front foot. Chris O'Connor now on at half-back. St Michael's really bearing down now. Turning the screw. O'Connor makes a dart himself. They go to the big fellas. It's do or die here for RTA. Really need to repel this, and Quigley goes for the big wide pass. And Ethan Black has recycled himself all the way over to that far wing, having almost scored on the left wing. Some really, really clever play there from the Leinster and Ireland international Ethan Black. I apologise, that's Dan Ryan, who's part of the Ireland Sevens. Mistook 23, the number 23 for the number 13. So 33-12. So Quigley, probably his toughest kick so far today, wide out on the right hand touchline, kicking into the teeth of the breeze. Somebody trying the Cheslin Colby charge down, and he's nailed it. That is a fantastic kick there from Quigley.
Just waiting for the ball. I think RTA need to be quite strong mentally and try and get some scoreboard momentum. It's a little bit of time to go.
And a penalty to RTA. So an opportunity for RTA, about 7 metres from the St Michael's line. They've got the first part of this right, and they've got a good set here. St Michael's trying to envelop them here. RTA just inching closer the line. Now about 5 metres away. Driving tight and just recycling themselves. It's a bit like a washing machine in there. And St Michael's look like they've brought this one to ground. So deciding to keep the ball in hand here. Cutting back against the grain. Oh, perilously close there. St Michael's have turned it over. The referees decided that someone's come off their feet there. So another opportunity for RTA.
I think they're going to go for the corner here. What are we doing? Scrum.
Scrummage. Of the myriad of options there.
I think they changed their mind about 3 times.
That was the last thing I thought was going to come there. They didn't even think about kicking for the poles though, with 23 points down and 15 minutes to play. They need some 7-pointers here. Oh, some pretty direct play through the midfield there. Lukey's digs in for the ball. Number 10 mown down there by his opposite number. Some really good heads-up play though. Just testing the fringes of the St Michael's defence. But St Michael's look like they've held them up here. And that was some pretty organised defence from St Michael's there. Just let them keep coming and coming. And there it is, water break, second half. St Michael's with a pretty commanding 23-12 lead as they make their way to try and find some shade. Some very weary looking bodies on this field now. Murray 45 minutes in.
Yeah, it's tough for RTA to try and get back in from here. I think they had a little bit of a lapse of concentration in about a 10-minute period, and St Michael's put a lot of points on the board, and they had a couple of opportunities in the last 5 minutes and just weren't able to convert them. I think they were a little bit short when they came out right here on numbers, and they weren't able to get outside. But St Michael's did really well there to hold the carry up and turn the ball over. So yeah, let's see. I mean, at the end of the last game, we thought we'd seen it all, and it was all but over. So I'm not quite sure if RTA can come back from here, but I'm not going to say no.
So a couple of questions in the chat there about RTA. That is Len Olivier, who is the head coach. RTA is an actual rugby academy that contracts players and tries to shape them to a life of professional rugby, something that Len played himself. So and also questions about where St Michael's are from. They are from Dublin in Ireland. Our friend in the chat, Kieran McKenna, all over it. Not sure if he's any relation to Fraser, who's playing number 5 for St Michael's. And Cardiff and Vale are playing next up, where they are playing against Oakdale from South Africa. Which should be another absolutely cracking matchup.
I think everybody who watched last year's tournament will remember that Cardiff and Vale ran Grey Bloemfontein quite close, so it should be a really good game.
Yeah, I think Cardiff and Vale have come back with feeling like they've got some unfinished business. So Chris O'Connor Pulls the ball, and that's a very deep kick. Good work from RTA. Jaden Delu carries the ball to the line. But a really good turnover, some really good close contact work there by St Michael's.
I think RTA may want to consider putting a few more guys into the breakdown on attack. They're just getting caught short on numbers, and it's killing their momentum.
Really good work there on the Jackal. Quigley there with a really good kick to touch. Oh, just through the fingertips there. Hard to tell whether it was overthrown or underlifted. But again, St Michael's just a half a beat quicker. Oh, and St Michael's really looking to twist the knife now.
I think they also watched the previous game, not taking any chances.
I guess they're also figuring that there are 2 more competition days to go. No sense in running the legs off yourself day one.
100%. I think with the format of the tournament being a knockout, you got to make sure you secure the win and that you got enough in the tank to go through to the next tough encounter.
It's like sevens tournaments. You don't win any prizes on day one. It's how many men you have standing on finals day. So Quigley, couple of steps, doesn't take a long run up. That was a really, really sweet strike, but no cigar. So RTA, the 22-metre dropout. Almost a thing of the past, the 22-metre dropout these days, Murray.
Yeah, it's becoming a rare sighting.
Oh, and the big man's driving it back into the heart of RTA. Some fast feet there. Oh, the big fella, show and go.
Oh, just a little late on that pass, just given a little bit earlier.
Young Harry Miller burst through that gap. Oh, really good line speed here from St Michael's. But just a little bit too good for the liking of the referee.
Talking about the referees, I've noticed, just looking at some of the ARs, that they're the same refs that were reffing at about 9 o'clock in the morning in the girls' 7. So it's just worth giving them a mention to say, what a great job they've done all day. And yeah, in the sweltering heat, it's a commendable effort from all of them.
Looks like Grunewald is on at hooker now. Big number 17 wins the ball back on the floor there. But Chad Lukes has run up a dark alley there, found himself bundled into touch. Michaels get an opportunity here. Another great take in the middle of the line out. St Michael's really mixing up their play here. Left and right, sometimes playing one off, sometimes the tip, and sometimes pulling out the back.
I think the only constant is the ruck speed. Is they doing it at a really high tempo, and it's causing a lot of problems for the RTA defence.
I think if they can continue to match this kind of ruck speed all week, they'll give any defence a run for their money.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of coaches trying to make plans to counter it. They'll be sitting down tonight and looking at some game footage and trying to figure out how you can slow that down.
Oh, big collision there. Yanneman Benson running into his own player there. On at half back, sharp feed though. Jane Deleuze had just already started to make that pass before he'd secured it into his hands there. So somewhat of the air has gone a little bit out of this game now, Murray. I think the heat's really beginning to tell on these guys. Oh, great work there. Just feinted the ball on the inside, just squared the player up and then let the ball go. And RTA offside in midfield there. So Quigley stepping forward. And St Michael's are consistent, if nothing else.
Merciless, I can tell you that. It's
definitely trying to preserve the legs of their men.
Well, let's go off strong. Let's go off for some clarification. It's been nice to know.
Not just thinking about winning this battle, but maybe thinking about trying to win the war overall.
We've had a couple of Irish sides over in South Africa in our winter, and they've found the heat tough there. So I'm sure this is actually a pretty smart strategy. You know, it's tough for us Southern Hemisphere teams to come and play here. So I can imagine for them it's even tougher. So yeah, makes sense.
Quigley, another lovely strike, but again, just the radar is off. But he does strike that ball very, very sweetly. Big high hanging 22. And a pretty committed drive there. Ball in two hands. Ed McLaughlin there. Oh, big hit there on Fraser McKenna. Some good work there.
Can't do that.
Really good tackle on McKenna. the next man over the top, hands on the floor, and the referee's having none of it. So just about 3 minutes to go. St Michael's back in the RTA 22. Oh. A little bit of a trick play there at the tail of the line out, but St Michael's managed to bamboozle themselves there.
Their line-out work's been great today as well. I think I can only recall one miss. Don't know if another one, Cookie?
I don't think so. Walsh has been supreme in the middle of the line out. McKenna has also been good. And also Kean O'Neill, they've got some real tall timber. And then you add to that people like Dylan McNeese. And also Miles Berman. Some big men out there for St Michael's.
They've definitely put down a marker today, St Michael's.
Always hard to tell. I think Hartbury Westlake, that was a phenomenal game of rugby as well. And also in the cup, Eckert Janssen. They will not be any pushovers in the semi-finals. Chad Lukey's really given it a go, so the hooter has gone for time. The halfback recycles himself. Oh. So offside in the midfield. One last chance for RTA. And they're going to try and push this to touch and opt for the line out. Vanden Hever, final opportunity to put the ball into this RTA line. Oh, great work off the top there. Ball just drifting forwards on the wind, and a slight fumble on the floor, and that is the game. St Michael's run out a pretty clinical 35 points to 12 winners over Rugby Travel Academy. Murray, final thoughts?
As I said, I think St Michael's have just put a marker down. Very clinical in pretty much all of the facets of the game. Primary set piece play in particular, kick-off and line-out work exceptional. And let's see who's going to come up with an answer to that ruck speed. I think really important for young players to see how important it is to kind of be accurate with that rucking work on attack and how that gives your attack shape and momentum. They've, to be honest, been really exceptional in that facet of play.
Yeah, I think they're very reminiscent of the way that Leinster and Ireland go about their business. So it's clearly a structured move and becoming part of the DNA of Irish rugby. And yeah, fantastic effort by St Michael's. I thought they were really clinical. For their part, Rugby Travel Academy really fronted up and really put some pressure on them. There was real danger at the beginning of that game that it could have run away from RTA, but yeah, they came back into the game. 14-7, they were looking good.
Yeah, I think RTA showed us a few moments that there's definitely some talent in their side. As I mentioned earlier, their 10 looked really good when he took the ball to the game line, and forward pack I thought did really well. Scrum looked solid, so I think they're gonna cause a few problems to a couple of the other sides in the next round and in the next fixture. And I don't think they should be too disheartened with that performance. They came up against a really good clinical side, and there's a lot of positives they can take from this.
And so we've now got Cardiff and Vale, and they've had a late change. Jack Saunders is now into the number 2 jersey, and Henry Davies replaces Ellis Richards, who was injured in the warm-up, unfortunately. Let's hope that he's fit and able for the next round. So this Oakdale side, lots of Southwest District players, and they've got some talented individuals. Some guys that are also playing first team tennis, first team golf, and even a 400-meter hurdler champion. So Cardiff and Vale take to the field in their light blue jerseys. Oakdale being clapped on by their fellow South Africans from RTA. So it's going to be a little bit difficult on the screen. The light blue there of Cardiff and Vale. Some big men. The final moment of prayer from the Oakdale boys. So Cardiff and Vale last year really unlucky to have not progressed further than they did in the competition. So I'm fairly certain that they've great work immediately from the kickoff here. Lewin Pretorius making some really good ground there for Oakdale. It's Cardiff and Vale back on their heels. And first blood to Oakdale.
Great start from Oakdale there.
Tian Turk there, big man in the 18 jersey, and immediately calling for the kicking tee. Oakdale are clearly here for business, Murray.
Yeah, I think if we look at St Michael's win around their business, got to take the points on offer, knock out Rugby.
So just about 35 metres, just on the left-hand upright. And that is a solid kick from Oakdale, and a great way for them to start the game. Fantastic skills there aerial. Devel Jonk there. Oh, he leaves that to bounce. Finn Hart. And that's a really good ground gain. I think he thought that was going to drift out on the wind. So Oakdale really have got the better of the opening 2 minutes of this game so far. Good ball off the top, but not quite delivered to Jake Collier, and he's been scragged. And the touch judge flag is up. Oakdale definitely with their tails up here.
They've certainly started with a lot of intensity.
Jake Collier gets that ball off the top. First opportunity that Cardiff and Vale have really had to get their hands on the ball here. Playing from inside the 22 here. Collier goes aerial, hangs it out. Oh, and a really good follow-up here. Some pressure on the winger there, Pretorius.
It's another example of, I've been a little bit confused as to why a lot of the sides haven't used the box kick a bit more today. The breeze is swirling, and every time somebody's put one up, it's caused chaos.
In the wide channel, and it's given us a knock-on by Cardiff and Vale. Thought that Oakdale got a hand in there, so we're going to have our first scrummage and an opportunity to see Tian Turk on the tight head of this Oakdale scrummage. He looks like a formidable unit, but he's going to be scrumming down against Lewis Jones, who himself looks a fairly compact, strong young man. But we've got an absolute bird's eye view here of this battle on the tight head side of the Oakdale scrum. Although I was a half-back myself, I'm desperate to see this battle.
Strangely enough, having also played in the back line in my coaching career, I've grown to love the dark arts of the front row.
So Luke Capel packing down on the blind side of this Cardiff and Vale scrum. Wales representative was here last year. Oh, great scrummage. Great scrummage from the Cardiff boys. And that will certainly lift them after being under some early pressure. They'll really start warming to their work now. I'm sure will give them some great confidence.
Being South African, I obviously know Oakdale relatively well, and my academies also played against Cardiff and Vale when they toured South Africa 2 years ago. So again, another contrast in styles. Cardiff really good in the set piece.
So
Oakdale,
Jack Saunders, late replacement, coming into the starting lineup. Some really good work there by Kean Williams, good feet. Oh, Luke Capel really injecting some pace, but he's tackled and not releasing the ball. Got straight back up, but that was a really good intervention off the shoulder there. Oh, he's really brought that ball back inside. It's a great bit of work. And to be honest, for the effort that he put in, they really deserved a better return than that.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with his teammate's kick.
So another opportunity. Great take. The Oakdale line out firing. Delancomo with a good throw there. Oh, that's a fantastic rip there by Connor Milsom. Absolutely picked his pocket there, but Oakdale got the ball back in hand. Some really good feet just stepping through the tackles as they're carving big yards down this left-hand touchline. Now one-off runners, big men piling in. And Cardiff thought they'd got rights to that, but Oakdale go quickly. Running through the middle, keeping the ball in hand. Just coming back and looking for his support there. Good defence from Cardiff and Vale there. Coming offside.
Be interesting to see what Oakdale do here in front of the post.
And Kurt Kutsia getting involved there. He's going to be the head boy of Oakdale in 2024. So a big weight on that young man's shoulders. Good set phase play there. They come round the corner, but he's now going to come back and look for the big men. They go short, one-off runner. Cardiff and Vale are all on their feet here, but they've given the penalty away. And a second blast on the whistle there. Skipper Capel having a good talking to from the referee.
Oakdale are committing a lot of numbers to the breakdown, so it's giving them good ball. They're a little bit short in numbers out wide sometimes after a few phases, but they're getting a lot of momentum on their attack.
Be interesting to see whether they take the points. They're right under the shadow of the poles here, or whether they look like they're going to run this. Oh, dropped it into the hooker from DeLongo. Oh, absolutely phenomenal setup there. Bit of a George Gregan. Just dropped the ball back on the inside there. But a fantastic line run by the big loosehead prop, Kai Pratt.
Tough to stop him from that distance out, especially on that inside line.
Jonk at half-back did just enough to pull the defence wide. And that is a regulation kick. So Oakdale have really taken the sting out of this Cardiff and Vale side so far. A really good kick there from Kutsia. Cardiff and Vale really putting some pressure on here. Really good work there from Connor Milsom. Holding on the floor. And I think we've probably already reached the point where they'll go for the corner here. Tom Hughes puts it on the spot. Now Cardiff need to execute at this line out.
Cardiff have usually got a good maul set up. Let's see where they go to.
So Jack Saunders. It's like there's a call for a replacement somewhere. Not sure what the issue is. Ah, it's a ball, not the medics. Couldn't see anybody who was ailing or taking a knee. I wondered if maybe the referee had pulled a cuticle or something, but so Saunders, bit of an overthrow. So when the pressure was on, Cardiff and Vale fluffed their lines at the line out there. So far, Oakdale have played the more clinical football. They've taken their opportunities and hold this 10-0 lead. But there is still a very, very long way to go in this game. Another good scrummage from Cardiff and Vale, and they take the tight head there. Kian Williams does well, but we're now back for a penalty at the scrummage. Jack Saunders over the ball here. Oh, one of the big men, one of the locks driving close here. Cardiff going for a pick and go here. And some really solid defence from Oakdale on the blind side there. You could throw a blanket over the Cardiff and Vale forwards. Lots of appealing from Cardiff and Vale there. And the referee consulting with the AR. Could well be a yellow card. I think it was... So what is the decision going to be here? Could be yellow card and even penalty try, so close to the line. They were literally just inches away. So it looks like he's reaching for his pocket. It is indeed a yellow card and a penalty try.
I think the referee had no choice there. Cynical attempt to try and stop a scoring opportunity. Rush of blood to the head from the young man.
So the deficit cut to 7 points to 10. If we look on the blind side here, we can see what's happened. Oh, yeah. Number 16, the hooker, just instinctively pushed his hand out there. It's really hard not to do that. Now Cardiff and Vale will look to see whether they can swing the momentum playing against a 14-man Oakdale side. Jake Collier boxes that out, and 16 minutes in, it's the first half water break. And as the shadows really start to lengthen here at Patana Sports Club in Thailand, do not be fooled, it is still a very, very hot day in Thailand. 32 degrees here, even now. Again, very good to see the chat going on. And everybody Everybody seems to be so much more focused on all the teams that aren't here. Be really good if you could get in behind supporting the teams that are.
For those of you that don't know Oakdale, it's their first year at the competition. They're from a farming town a couple of 100 kilometres outside of Cape Town. Great rugby powerhouse school. Despite the small town they're based in, they are a force to be reckoned with, and consistently a top 20 side in South Africa, and produce top quality players year after year.
Looks like many of their players have got Southwest District's honours, 7s and 15s. Also the Grant Como under 16 comp. As I said, we've got a couple of guys in here who are multi-talented 400 metre hurdlers, first team cricketers, first team golfers. But Cardiff and Vale were really bearing down on that Oakdale line when Undalankomo instinctively shot out that arm, gave away the penalty try, and left himself with 10 minutes to sit on the naughty chair. Oh, bit of an overthrow from Oakdale there. But Jack Saunders trying to gather at the tail there. Probably his eyes open wide with that one, but failed to gather the ball. So Oakdale get the feed to this scrummage. They'll want to play really pragmatically while they're down to 14 men. And I think the under-19 rules say that when one side is down to 7 players, the opposition scrummage needs to drop a man. Is that correct, Murray?
Yeah, that's correct. We need an equal competition.
So some real pressure coming on from Cardiff and Vale here. Luke Capel driving hard, and they harried Oakdale from the point that they had the ball at the base of that scrummage.
Great defence from Cardiff Vale.
Could see Oakdale skipper just asking the referee what is happening. So Cardiff and Vale medic sprinting onto the field. So we're about 18 minutes into this encounter, 3 points in it. It's been a fascinating day of rugby. We started here this morning with the girls' 7s at 9:30. Two Thai sides, one from Malaysia, Odyssey and Invitational side, and the two Hartbury sides. So Tom Hughes pushes Cardiff and Vale to just outside Oakdale's 22.
It's exactly where Oakdale don't want to be with being a man down.
Yeah, some 10 minutes in the bin. Probably already about 3 minutes served. And Cardiff still haven't really had the opportunity other than the penalty try. Oh, a really good bump off there. And Oakdale go back down this blind side. Some really good heads up running and a good pirouette there. Still going hard. Oh, Really good counter ruck there. Made a real mess of that Oakdale ball. They have to go back and retrieve it, but they're still on the front foot. And a good opportunity here. Absolutely slap bang in front of the poles on the 22.
It's a good little snapback move there from Oakdale. Just coming, getting that quick ball back down loading the blind side and winning the numbers battle and getting a lot of territory as a result and forcing the penalty through a bit of pressure.
So Kutsia immediately signals to the poles. Just 2 or 3 steps back. And that is a beautiful strike. And he just takes it out to that 6-point gap again. So Cardiff and Vale pegged back. Probably be relatively happy with the scoreline as it is, considering that the breeze is at the backs of the Oakdale side.
Much better kick receipt from Oakdale.
Really good work as they exit. It's a high box kick. And one of those things, Murray, that I always question. The Cardiff and Vale 15 was on the floor when the ball landed in his hands. Could easily have been a penalty.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm trying to read the referee's facial expressions. I think he's a little bit uncertain.
So Van der Merwe has a really good line out throw and some good soft hands and a fantastic drive from Oakdale. They're now fighting for this ball. All the speed they had. Oh, and they played out the back here. Taken to the ground, but he bounced straight up without releasing the ball. And now Cardiff go quickly, but he tackles himself.
Not 10.
Tries to get it out to the wide outside. Taking a really good advantage here. Oh, and he plays through the front there. Callum DP.
We could hear that collision all the way from the commentary box.
Oh, and a good ball here. Needs a bounce, but it's gone the way of Oakdale. Tries to put on the goose step, and yet again gets up quickly. And the halfback there trying to put the box kick in, but just put his toe on the line.
He's getting a couple of words from his coach.
So Jack Saunders was due to start this game on the bench, but Ellis Richards unfortunately sustained an injury in the warm-up. So Jack Saunders stepped up to wear the 2 jersey, and Henry Davis, one of the travelling reserves, came onto the bench in the 16 jersey. So just a little bit of work going on. A few repairs. And the referee has brought us back.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised he didn't actually carry on with the advantage, but seems to have actually come back for the penalty from earlier.
So the referee having a quiet word with the Oakdale players as Tom Hughes actually misses touch there. Oakdale showing an awful lot of ambition running from deep, asking a lot of questions of this Cardiff and Vale defence.
Good line speed from Cardiff and Vale.
Cardiff and Vale have come onto that pretty quickly and have given a penalty away, not rolling away in the tackle there, but some really good line speed.
Cardiff defenders are making some good reads on the Oakdale plays.
And Finn Hart, the Cardiff fullback, making a vain attempt to try and keep that ball in play. Gustav van der Merwe. So Oakdale now back to 15 men. Oh, and a great throw there to the tail. Oh, and a great run through and offload there. Good scrambling defence from Cardiff and Vale. They're working really hard to keep themselves in this game.
Very important jackal there. Oakdale had a lot of momentum. Lovely little half break and tip pass there.
And Savan Rensburg, the 400-metre hurdler, slicing through there for Oakdale. So the sun has disappeared behind the clouds, thankfully, but still 32 degrees of heat here. Jack Saunders. That's a good take at the tail of the line out by Capel. Capel recycles himself and he fights really hard in the contact to just take a couple of inches. The ball's pulled back to Tom Hughes. He's gone high, but there's not much forward movement there, and a really good take in the air there.
Great take. He actually kind of overran it a little bit and still got his hands in it.
Oh, this is phenomenal work from Oakdale. It's all come from that phenomenal take. This will be an awesome team try. And Oakdale come up with that. That all came from that kick from Tom Hughes. Not much forward momentum on it. And a fantastic take. So opening up a little bit of daylight between these two teams. 18-7 with the kick to come. So Coetzee has brought this all the way back to the 22. He struck the ball pretty well so far. And the flags stay down, so 18-7. We've got just under 2 minutes to go to half time. high hanging kick from Cardiff and Vale. Everybody misses it. Oh, and he made the attempt to get through on that, but knocked it on in the process. The hooter for half-time has gone, but the referee has decided that we will play this one last scrummage. Tian Turk, this big man on the tight head side of the Oakdale scrummage, having an awesome battle with Lewis Jones. So far, probably scrum honours go to Cardiff and Vale. They've even won a tight head. So just gently pulls the ball back, and they take the win at half time. 18-7 as we go into half time for this final game, this final cup quarter final, the World Schools Festival 2023.
Come on, son.
So we come back from half time. Oakdale holding an 18 points to 7 lead over Cardiff and Vale as they kick off now, going right to left, and unfortunately for Cardiff and Vale it looks like the breeze has dropped quite considerably now, so they don't get the advantage. But as we said in the last game, the teams have to score the points, not the breeze. But there's nothing much between these two teams. And a little dart on the ground there by Jake Collier, and he ships the ball forwards, and Oakdale are now running wide and into the space. Oh. And some good pressure coming through from Cardiff and Vale, and they caught Warren Labuskakny. Is that how we say it? Or because I know that Marnus, the cricketer in Australia, has become Labuschagne, and I know that even Kevin Peterson has given him a hard time.
There's a lot of South Africans that'll just refuse to call him Labuschagne. That was a solid attempt there, Cookie.
I always remember the South African lock Labuskakny, who got a red card in Twickenham in the first 10 minutes many years ago.
I was at that game. Let's not talk about that. It's dark memories for us in South African rugby.
So Cardiff and Vale digging this scrummage out, fairly stable. Tom Hughes rips a good pass there. George Thorrington coming off his wing, but they've run out of space as they try to get the ball over to the left wing and make some ground up the edge.
Both sides have found a bit of space out there. They just haven't really executed. Again, I say to all young wingers, don't find yourself stepping out. Look for the reloader, rather look for that weak shoulder and go score the other side of the field.
Off the top. Oh! And Cardiff and Vale almost through on that. I think he was just absolutely surprised that the ball ended up potentially in his hands, but Oakdale now very much on the front foot. And he pushes this deep, rolling into the 22. Cardiff and Vale. Oh, good take there in the backfield. As they spread the ball. And the idea was right, because there was plenty of space in the backfield there.
Just came off the side of his foot.
Oh, I don't think Jack Saunders slaps his hands together there. That could have been a hell of a moment if he'd latched onto that one. But he now gets another opportunity to throw this ball into this line out. He's really taken his opportunity to step up into this number 2 jersey. Oh, pretty athletic leap there. Pretorius sets off. But that's a good steal by Cardiff, and Vale just took the ball. They need to look after that. Jake Collier rather running into a dark place there. Gets the ball up to Capel. Met solidly in a double tackle there. Hughes off the shins. And adjudged to be in front of the kicker in the chase there.
Cardiff just losing a bit of shape in their attack there, and it's not giving them or not affording them much momentum. It just that's why the 9 looked a little bit indecisive. It's going to be a little bit more accurate with their pod structures.
So something that you don't see very often these days, the option of the kick back or the scrum ahead. Oakdale obviously pretty confident of their scrummage here.
Interesting call.
It used to be an option that was favoured before the penalty kick gave you back the line out feed. Oh, and a really good tackle. 10 on 10 there.
The 10 was looking for his runner and he just didn't appear.
To be honest, Labuschagne did well to hold that up. He could easily have just let that one drift forward. But he had the presence of mind to keep his hands on the ball. Getting a replay of this here, Murray. The ball. And there he is, Labuschagne. Pump, pump, pump. And he gets absolutely dumped, and he's done really well there. I think Cardiff and Vale can consider themselves a little bit unlucky there. Looked like the first man in made a good attempt at that ball, but Oakdale really starting to pile the pressure on here. Oh, the ball thrown completely over the top there, and this time Saunders nails it. And they bounce out to the right-hand side. Ben Bora. Cardiff and Vale pump the ball deep. Pretorius fields the ball and he's looking to open up. And he's got men to burn on the outside here. Oh, good fend and a good offload. And it looks like Cardiff and Vale have stolen this ball in the wide channel. Some really good work, but they'll want to stay away from that touchline. Jake Collier pulls the ball infield. Good offload in close contact there. Ben Bora steps out of that one tackle, but straight into the waiting arms of the Oakdale Jackal, and they go quickly. Little double pump of the ball there. Oh, some really class hands playing what's in front of them. And that ball has just drifted forward there. But the ambition was really good there. Oh, out of the back of the hands. Some good follow-up play there.
Oakdale had numbers out there, they just couldn't get that final pass away.
Probably just needed to play simple catch and pass there. So Bora on into the second row for Cardiff and Vale. Luke Capel on this blind side for Cardiff. So not even 10 minutes gone in this second half, so still plenty of time for Cardiff and Vale to get themselves back into this game. But you feel, Murray, that they really do need to be the next team to score if they're going to push for the win here.
Yeah, neither side's really grabbed the game by the scruff of its neck in the second half. It's they're still kind of feeling each other out a little bit, but absolutely Cardiff need to strike first.
It's a good scrummage from Oakdale, but referee adjudges something illegal going on. Oh, and that's a scruffy old kick, but it does find its way to touch. I always love the absolute authority that referees give scrum penalties, because 99.9% of those watching have no idea why it's been given.
I was just about to ask you if you knew why this game. I think both of us thought that Oakdale looked like they'd got Cardiff on the hit there. What do we know, eh?
I know one thing, I would never want to take up the referee's whistle. Those men are absolute saints out there in the middle. So, good take. Cardiff making a bit of a hash of that. And Oakdale, good hands. And just as I say the word good hands, Sheldon the wide outside.
Numbers again for Oakdale. Just once again can't get that final pass away. I think we need to mention it one more time that the match officials for this game, they were all refereeing the first games this morning at 9:30 in this sweltering heat, one game after another. So just a collective round of applause for all of the officials involved.
Yep, I've been at this microphone since 9:30 this morning, so I will be very, very glad to get into a nice warm shower and then potentially a cooling beverage a little bit later on. So Cardiff and Vale, with about 20 minutes to go in this Cup quarter-final, trailing Oakdale 18 points to 7. Another good scrummage by Oakdale, but Cardiff and Vale come away with it. So Oakdale off their feet there. Cardiff and Vale go quickly, but not 10. So an interesting decision to make here. They're 11 points down. But they're going to choose to go to the corner. And that is a pretty good kick. Hangs it right down onto the 5-metre line. Absolutely has put his forwards in the driving seat here.
Teams have got to be so disciplined with their ruck defence in the midfield these days. It's a pretty innocuous attack from Cardiff and Vale, and one breakdown technicality and you're sitting 5 metres from your line on defence.
So Jack Saunders played a lot of minutes in this game. Capel rises well, and they've got a good set on here, Cardiff. Oh, and Saunders loses the ball and has to break away. But the young man has done magnificently.
Well, yeah, you go back and say he's had a dummy there. It's worked out for him beautifully.
He's absolutely redeemed himself as he peeled away from there. The ball shot out of his hands, but a really good step off that left foot, and he's gone through. And just as we were saying that Cardiff and Vale very much needed to get the score, or make the next score, they come roaring right back. So the score now 18 points to 12. So this is a crucial kick for Tom Hughes. Got to say the conditions for kicking virtually perfect now. As Hughes settles over this kick. That's a good strike. And right over the black dot. So 14, 18. Right on cue for the second half water break.
Final water break of the day.
And that was a beautiful kick. Hughes, if he were a golfer putting it, he watched that one all the way into the back of the cup.
Cardiff and Vale have done really well to get themselves back into the game.
So the post defender, he saw Saunders coming around and he bounced out, but Saunders jinked back in. It was a really good spot, but could all have gone horribly wrong as he juggled that first of all when he span out of that maul. So 2 tries apiece. So Oakdale taking their time in a big huddle on the 22. I think the closing quarter of this game is as much about the top 2 inches of the head as anything here. The pressure on these young men. They don't want to have come here all the way from Cardiff and all the way from South Africa. It's a long way to come and lose your first cup quarter final. So Oakdale start this game or restart this game. And an immediate knock on, which is turned around into a penalty. I'm not sure whether that was a late hit or taking the man in the air, but it was good timing. Oh, he managed to just get himself into the air. Very little the Oakdale player could do to save himself from taking the man in the air, unless he could have instantaneously evaporated. So these games are all turning on fine margins. Could that be the shift in momentum that Cardiff and Vale need?
Fine margins indeed. That was actually a great kick chase. Just as you say, the winger managed to get himself off his feet at the last moment and too hard to pull out of the tackle.
So Oakdale come away with that one against the head on a great inside ball, carving through and a big wide pass. Has he got the pace to get through? Ben Bora picks up the pieces. Could so easily have ended up in the hands of an Oakdale player. Great piece of play there from Oakdale, and I think that Cardiff can consider themselves a bit fortunate there. Just on the angle there, ball in two hands, pops it back on the inside. So Cardiff and Vale get another opportunity. So good opportunity here, goes to the tail. The ball's been stripped away. But Oakdale come away with this. Oh. Absolutely straightforward drive. And that is a great kick from the half-back. Pushes it deep into the back quarter. And that is a big, big, big spiral bomb. Forcing Oakdale back into the quarter. I think a couple of his players were encouraging the attempt at the 50-22. But he brings it back to halfway. And numbers here on the blind side. And the ball's dropped to the floor. They really had an opportunity to stretch Cardiff and Vale there, Murray.
Yeah, if not for the first time, Oakdale have managed to find the fringe and then just let themselves down with some poor execution. I think they just got to kind of maybe look for the simpler option rather than the more complicated option, and just try and build one or two more phases.
Again, we can't stress how sapping this weather is. Even though the sun's gone down, it's still a roasting 32 degrees here. So Cardiff and Vale secure that scrummage. Moving the ball, trying to get wide. Drop it to the toe. All fairly lateral there, not really penetrating. Nobody squaring the defence up there. And even the Cardiff and Vale water carriers look pretty sapped there in the background. Gustav van der Merwe. Van der Merwe just takes a step to his right there. And he's missed that, and Saunders is onto it.
He's missed that by quite a bit.
Try. And Luke Jones there fighting hard. Some good work there. Ben Bora. Jack Saunders is out here. And a high tackle there. So a real lifeline in this last 10 minutes here. Tom Hughes pushes the ball, leaves it 7 metres short of the line.
Oakdale will be really disappointed with that line-out option. It's given Cardiff and Vale another opportunity to get into the red zone.
Yeah, Jack Saunders did really well to steal about 15 metres there. Oh, but Oakdale have come up with the tip, but they're really under pressure on their line now. This is not where you want to be. It looks like the ball is over the line and the try is scored, maybe. Waiting to see what decision the referee comes up with. He's explaining something to Oakdale there, and try is scored. Oh no.
No, he's blown high tackle, I think.
The high tackle. confusing me with the signals there. The ball was actually over the Oakdale line, and once the ball is over the line, there is no offside line, no ruck. So Jack Saunders is over this ball. Solid drive there from Jack Cleese, and he's knocked the ball on. And the penalty goes the way of Oakdale, so they've worked really, really hard there. Tension's running a little bit hot there.
Some nervy moments for both sides here.
I'm sure both coaching teams will be calling for calm heads. So skipper Kutsia just calmly pushes it into touch. There's still 8 minutes to go in this game, Murray, so really on the line.
Yeah, Oakdale's still pinned into their own half. They need to execute this exit really well. I'm sure Cardiff are going to try and disrupt the line out.
Van der Merwe will want to execute this line out throw much better than the last one. The pressure is on. It is much better. But it was off the head. And a really good counter ruck. But a knock on was off the head of the Oakdale front of the line out jumper. So more nervy moments. But I think as the game's gone on, Oakdale's scrummage has looked more and more solid. Got the big Zach Van Heerden on at tight head now. So Oakdale holding this 18-14 lead. About 6.5 minutes to go. Good to see that the referee's still got a smile on his face if none of the boys have. Tense moments for these young men. So the clock is winding down as we have 2 or 3 resets here. Oh, it's a great scrummage from Oakdale there, but Jones comes away with it. And they do well to keep it in field there, Cardiff and Vale. Luke Capel goes back in as Oakdale have a second crack at this.
Great counter ruck from Oakdale.
Can't quite see what's going on. Those gazebos obscuring the what's happening, but it looks like Oakdale have come up with the ball. That is fantastic work. And now they go wide with the ball, but they've put it on the ground, and that is a phenomenal pickup. Oh, they've got a penalty. Should have just played that through the hands, but the quick man is on it, and he's towed it ahead. Some good hands there. And Tom Hughes turns and pumps it. Half the Cardiff and Vale side are offside, and he's pumped this deep, and Hughes pushes it up the touchline, but that is a huge net gain for Oakdale with 4 minutes to go in this game. That was a crucial series of plays there, Murray.
2 crucial efforts there from Oakdale. Good scrum pressure, and then great counter ruck at the subsequent ruck gave them the turnover ball.
Yeah, they put all the pressure on at the base of that scrummage, and then backed it up with that really good counter ruck. Just a bobble off the top there. Big appeal there. But the referee's not in the least bit interested, and neither are Oakdale, as they're making some good progress here. Great tackle there from Cardiff and Vale, but off their feet. So a lifeline thrown. And Cardiff and Vale, Ben Bora.
One thing that's pretty clear, Oakdale are prepared to run it all the time.
So Ben Bora makes way, heads for the touchline as we're 3 minutes away from the end of this game.
What's impressed me about Cardiff is they've just found ways to stay in the game. From minute one, they were under pressure, and they just find little ways of putting pressure on Oakdale when they need to.
It's been a phenomenal effort from young Jack Saunders, deputising for the injured Ellis Richards, and he's played most of this game so far. But he's just overthrown that one, and Oakdale come away with this. They've absolutely decided that attack is the best form of defence, and that there's no need to try and close this game out. They push this through, and they are sweeping through on this, and that is a phenomenal piece of covering work. And Oakdale swooping onto this. But Cardiff and Vale, Luke Jones comes away with the ball. So Cardiff and Vale under all sorts of pressure deep in their own quarter here.
That was a messy old ruck there.
Yeah, with a minute and a half to go. There's huge commitment from Oakdale, playing some really good attacking rugby there. And that was phenomenal covering work there from Finn Hart at the back of Cardiff and Vale there.
I think he was outnumbered about 3-1. He did really, really well. Very brave of the young man. Oakdale have struggled with their line out in this final quarter, missing quite a few throws.
Yep. Gustav van der Merwe will want to practice his darts in the next couple of days. But as we move into the final minute here, you kind of feel it's now or never for Cardiff and Vale. And in all honesty, they haven't looked like going the length of the field and scoring, but who knows with this game. Oh, and a good spot tackle, and they've sprung the man on the wide outside, but the ball is adjudged forwards. The hooter has gone, but it's after the whistle, and so it looks like the referee will play this final scrummage.
I think that did look like it was forward out of the hands. Like to see the replay, but I think that's a good call from the referee.
The touch judge was absolutely in line with that. Probably gave the call. So Jandrian Hurson, the number 9, I'm pretty sure that he'll want to get this in to the feet of his 8-man and off the field. Although Oakdale are lined up here across the field with some real intent about them. But that is it. It goes into row 57 and Oakdale run out 18 points to 14 winners over Cardiff and Vale, and they have really played their part in this game. Murray, what would be your final summing up of the day?
Oh, I think what started out as a pretty free-flowing game became really nervy in that final quarter, and Oakdale done really well to get over the line. I think when they needed to, when they're under pressure in their red zone, they did well to actually counter that Cardiff and Vale attack. But credit to Cardiff and Vale, as I said earlier, they did really well to just find ways at crucial moments to actually stay in the game right throughout.
Some crucial goal kicks there from Kutsia. That early penalty to go 3-0 in the lead. I know they would have won 15-14 without it, but it just kept that clear distance. That's knockouts finals rugby. So there we go. That is the end of a compelling day's rugby. 14 points to 18. Oakdale win this game against Cardiff and Vale. And that is the end of day 2 of the World Schools Festival 2023.